Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back to the Knights of Last Call. I'm back from my trip, between trips, before I go on another trip. And somehow it's all Stephen Glicker's fault. Welcome, everybody. We are here, joined live again, as we were last Monday, by Jess Redicop, the official, unofficial Derek Melinda ass kicker, apparently. I don't remember what Stephen changed her name to on that RFC stream.
Project manager.
Project manager, okay.
Derek's project manager.
People in the Discord have taken to calling her my ass kicker. But welcome, everybody. Forsyth, thank you for 14 months with Prime. Appreciate y'all. Remember, if you do have Amazon Prime, you can go ahead and sign up for that for free because we're streaming over on Twitch as well. And if you have Amazon Prime, it is free. Mark says more Jess equals more good. Boothby says, I have absolutely no use for this product. But the last stream was fascinating. For those of you who don't know, Boothby doesn't play any RPGs and doesn't try any new RPGs, except for the RPGs that he tries that are new and then likes them and then plays them. So no one quite understands it. But he is the greatest player of all time, so we accept it. Stan says, my sentiment exactly. Exactly. So Stan and Boothby are the same, except Stan literally doesn't play RPGs at all, and yet is a member of the Nice to Last Call Patreon. What is your excuse for not being a member? So we are back, and Jess is going to be a busy lass in September, and so we need to make sure that we get our ducks somewhat in a row before then. So if you didn't join us last time, this is part 2 of a design diary series in which I am going to attempt to create my first RPG product. Not some esoteric Luke Crane-esque wonderful dissertation on the very philosophy, the very a very core philosophy of what it means to be an RPG, nor some incredibly deep hack of a system that nobody asked for and nobody wanted. No, instead, this is for Fabula Ultima, a game that I really enjoy. I've been running it for about the past year, give or take. We've been fans of the game for a number of years, and I think it's a delightful game, a wonderful homage to the JRPGs that I love and grew up with a wonderful aesthetic and a great community that supports it. I just think the game needs more monsters. So we are creating a bestiary using some of my design ideas about what I think a bestiary should be, which isn't always aligned with what the common aesthetic of what a bestiary is. And so Jess is here to help me.
Yes.
Last time on the first episode, we were basically figuring out what are we trying to do with this thing. And what we decided as a baseline is that I want to use the principles that are outlined in Fabula Ultima, and for the lack of a better word, is fill in the gaps, which is to say there are a number of levels. Fabula Ultima only really, realistically, Fabula Ultima only, the monsters really only change at 10, 20, and 30, and 40, and 50. But there is this idea of creatures that are at the fives as well. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We're going to be focusing on the first half of the game. The game goes to level 50. So that means monsters that are in the level range of 5 to 30. There are 8 species in the game. Undead, humanoid, beast, monster, construct. You get the gist. And then, a la 4th edition, those monsters have in the new bestiary this idea of a role, which is a shortcut to not only give them mechanical direction, but also as sort of a shorthand for the GM to know how to run the monster. Is this monster a brute? Is this monster a sentinel? Is this monster a support creature? And basically, I want to create generic monsters that sort of fill those tropey niches, and that's the goal. So to support that, we are creating this sort of compendium of monsters grouped into families of like monsters. So goblinoids or evil skeletons, and we'll have a bunch of different skeletons of different level ranges. And one of the reasons we're doing this is so that we can reuse our art. Classic NES games did this, even Super Nintendo games did this, where you would get one piece of art and they would just change the colors, or they'd add a little detail, and that way it's a good way for us to sort of not only respect that that legacy, but also save a lot of money. Anyways, we got through half of the monsters in our first stream, and so tonight we're going to try to get through the second half. If we have some time, or if people are feeling it, we can maybe start talking a little bit about my structurally how I sort of want to create a framework for our developers, and what my sort of end goal would be, or my process would be, and we can talk a little bit about that. But realistically, I want to make sure we get down the bare minimum. Jess,
Clubster asks,
any thoughts?
Is the $200 to add a monster deal still in play, even if it's another beast? We will accommodate what you want if you're willing to pay for the sprite, yes.
Yeah, I think
I will make whatever changes need to be made to the outline. So Clubster is referring to an incident in our last meeting where we had someone, Haldred, who really wanted a chicken in the bestiary and was willing to front the costs of getting the art of the chicken for the book. And so a chicken will be in the book. And anyone else who, for whatever reason, feels passionately enough about having whatever it is that they've chosen in the book, even if there's only one creature of its type, if you're willing to pay the $200 for us to get the art, since the art is the reason that we have to group things. If you are willing to pay for the art, then whatever you want will go in the book.
That is quite correct, and that's actually what's sort of driving our tip goal, which you'll say is called the Kickstarter Preview Art Fund, which is basically the idea that before we're obviously not going to have the entire bestiary done before we do the Kickstarter, but by the time we launch the Kickstarter, which would hopefully be in the next couple of months, we will have at least 2 or 3 families of monsters that done as sort of a again, all subject to change, as sort of a preview of what we kind of want to do with these groupings, with the families, with the roles, with the levels. And to do that, I would also then pre-commission a couple of pieces of art, which again, subject to change, but obviously the art is the most expensive part. And so tonight's tip goal is sort of helping support that effort and endeavor. So that way I could go and order 2 or 3 pieces of art from a talented and skilled artist, and we can use that for our preview. So people can get a sense of what we're thinking about here. And just on topic, Kloster comes in.
Lobster roll tip $250.
A little extra too, a little
lobster,
pound.
which could probably also work as a pistol shrimp.
We want that was a mess. Yes, there we go. Klopster roll. I guess we'll be adding a crustacean to the game. Here we go.
Well, so we had previously some space blocked out for crabs. And I think what we're going to do is I will rename crab to crustacean.
Yes, crab to crustacean.
One of those will be a lobster.
Yeah. Also, there's a couple of caveats here, which is important. And Klopster says there's a little bit extra on top for all the hard work. Well, thank you, Klopster roll. So, by the way, that was the joke, is that K lobster, so Klopster, king lobster would be Klopster. The Klopster lobster. The Klopster lobster.
Yes.
The other thing is tip goals to kickstart the Kickstarter. That is exactly right, Booth Bay. Again, one of the other aspects of this, in addition to sort of letting you see this process, and by the way, I don't know what I'm doing. Jess has a ton of experience with, developing bestiaries and working with companies and getting real stuff done, but she's also never done a Kickstarter. And so, we're learning just like anybody else.
Hold on. I have a ton of experience being the person who is organizing the bestiary contacts to write a monster and then delivering my monster and submitting my monster. I don't have a ton of experience managing an entire bestiary. I just want to be clear.
She has a ton of experience. And there's our other $250 locked in. All right.
$250 for Portofellow's Mushroom Man.
All right, the Portofellows. All right, Scotty, our boy. All right, well, Klopster and Scotty took care of took care of that in quick succession. Look, this is going to happen. I mean, you guys are making sure that this is going to happen. All right, so Portofellows are in, which I do love the name of that, by the way.
I guess I will lock in the name Portofellows at this point.
To be fair, we could have a generic category of like mushroom people or fungi, and then we could have a specific monster called the Portofellows.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, there's a separate conversation about that, which we could actually get into, but we can go to that. The shrooms are definitely in the plant section. Yes, 100%. For sure. Well, thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Klopster. So this is exactly, what I was trying to discuss here is there's a lot of risks associated with a Kickstarter, and again, I don't think I need to be too transparent about this, but I mean, everybody knows that I don't have a lot of money, and so unfortunately, I'm in a situation where I'm not in a position where I can upfront a lot of these costs. So, your support being part of this collaboration process, you quite literally are getting it done. You're going to quite literally get it made. And obviously too, by the way, Clobster, this goes for Haldred, this goes for Scotty as well. If you guys want, I'll definitely loop you in on the final. Do you approve of this monster? You can get some blessings of approval on the art and the design of the monster as well. But again, this is for me. Again, I know a lot of people. I know a number of people. In fact, a person I really respect and admire, recently was having a conversation with me about how they lost money on a Kickstarter they did. And, obviously they feel very passionately about the project and they're committed to delivering it. But to lose money on that, like, I'm not in a financial position where I could do that. And so I never want to be in a situation where I have to choose between letting everybody down or facing financial ruin. So, I'm going to be very open and transparent and conservative with my funding. I've also never done this before. So I'm 100% assuming that there are going to be overruns in costs. There's going to be, a bunch of different stuff. Now, Sky says, I just want a T-shirt. Do you mean a KOLC shirt, or do you mean you want a Portafellow shirt?
A Portafellows T-shirt, obviously.
Because that would be pretty thug. I think we could definitely do some shirts for the art. But thank you, Scotty. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Clobster, thank you as well. For those of you who don't know, by the way, the crab/lobster has a unique and storied history here. It's Night's Last Call from a stream that went way off the rails a long time ago, where we started creating the Hard God, which was an ancient crab god that wanted to turn everything into a crab through its power of cancerization. Now, I did see something from our friend Garblag. Says, where do I sign up to make monsters? Garblag, that is what hopefully we are going to be in a position to do next, which is to kind of create the framework, talk about how that process is going to go. So. Scotty says, well, I was thinking KOLC shirt, but now that you mention it, a Portofellow t-shirt would be pretty sweet. Well, you're in luck,
okay,
Scotty.
So both.
So both. Okay. But you're in luck, Scotty, because we actually sold out of almost all of these at NightCon. We only ever did one print run of these, and it took a couple years, but we eventually sold out of them. We have a couple of smaller sizes left, Scotty. So if you're like a medium, I can probably hook you up. But like, I think all of our larges, extra larges, double extra larges, I think we might have a small or an extra small left. But we basically sold out of almost all of these. So I was going to do a second print run, but I was kind of waiting to for the stars to align. So exactly, Mike. Crabs all the way down.
Yes.
Stan says, can you elect some generic and iconic monsters as mascots for the Kickstarter campaign to use them in merch and promo materials? That's kind of what I'm hoping to do with the preview, when we put together those initial 2 or 3 or 4 families, Carcinization. Thank you. Not cancerization, carcinization. Thank you, Clobster. Wolves, skeletons, goblins, the generic stuff. I really was. I was a medium 30 years ago. Same, buddy, same. Thank you, Act W, for the 13 months with Prime subs. Appreciate you. That's very powerful of you. So, without further ado, since everybody is kicking ass and we're crushing it here. By the way, again, just because we're at the tip goal doesn't mean that you can't show your support for your favorite monster. So by all means, please, I would be happy to help you. And yes, I'm also obviously aware of Steven. I mean, I'm going to be picking his brain a bunch when we go to LA. The least he can do for dragging me out to that. So let us head over to,
I think, the outline.
The outline. Yeah, that works for me.
I sent you another link to it.
Okay. Yes,
Now,
you did.
I have made some updates to the outline file to help us understand what exactly it is that we're looking at.
Hold on a sec. I was asking ChatGPT why my Zoom window was bad. Also, Windows 11 updated, and it like decided to like shut off all of my apps because it was protecting me with Copilot, and I was like, I
Wow.
hate the future.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, the answer is Zoom sucks. And so I'm actually trying to do something new. Wait, why isn't that? Why is this not coming up? There we go. Okay, perfect. I'm surprised the goal isn't like 9999. Well, we're not quite there yet. At some point, I need a guest on stream that isn't like, for something that we're actually trying to get done, but something that we can actually like, ship. Just like a wasteful stream, because I do want to try out this new remote video thing that I found online. Anyways, actually, when I heard Portofellow, I can't help but think Steven loves to mock me because he understands how much I hate it. There is this stupid Professor Mushroom I think it's from Eldamon, or it's from like the RFC books. And it's like Professor Mushroom or something like that. And it's this like stupid mushroom looking Leshy. It's like a mushroom Leshy that like is like an expert on, monsters. And I hate it so much. And I can't help but think of that when I think of the Portofellow. So yes, fantastic. All right. Jess,
so in the outline, you can see I've added some additional fields, and I've color coded our sections.
Got it.
So
Nice.
we have our art-based field now, so that we will be able to visualize how much we're repeating each of our pieces of art. And then I also need to know from you, so I know that whether they're a hunter or support or whatever is their role, but whether they are a soldier or an elite, what is that called?
That is called the rank.
Okay.
It's called the rank. Yes.
So then we've got our fields here for the number of creatures in a section, the level of each individual creature, and the creature's role, rank, art-based, and then once we're assigning things, the author.
Fantastic. Awesome. And again, remember, this is just our first pass. Nothing, things that might change because of, we can't figure out enough ways to make 3 dwarves, or maybe we got, we get 6 really good dwarves and we'd like to use them or something like that.
I also went in and got our undead up to 36. And I divided out zombie. I divided that out into a zombie section and a ghoul section.
Got it.
And then I divided the spirit section into a shade section, a spirit section, and a white section.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously for me as a RPG player, that makes a lot more sense for me. But Lollipop, not sure if our champion ranks off the table. They are. We're for this particular book, we are looking to do approximately 300, give or take. 288's the minimum, but we'll probably get some overages to cover all of the combinations, and we're aiming for roughly 10% to be elites. But other than that, you're right. Champions is off the table. Yeah. So actually, this is kind of a nice segue, and I want to kind of talk about this a little bit. So now that Jess has this up, so one of the things that I want to make very clear is this data entry, the spreadsheet that you are seeing, the people who will be supporting this, and to be clear, I'm going to design a number of monsters for my, for the book, obviously. My plan is not to design all 300 of the monsters. This is where my community can help make a book. And I've talked about this before. I'm going to be paying people, not a lot of money, but I'm going to be paying you basically the complete industry minimum, a word cost per, or whatever it's called. It's not called a per diem, whatever. The minimum per word count cost. But you are not going to be told. You're going to be like Jess is, where you're not just told, oh, just pitch me your craziest monster ideas. No, you're going to sign up, or you're going to say, hey, and I'm going to say, okay, and Jess or I or somebody else in the project file is going to be like, okay, I need 2 dryads from you. One is a hunter, one is a mage. And and also if you want to give us a topiary, a topiary cat or something, knock yourself out. So, you're not going to be told to just make something up ex nihilo.
Now,
You're going
what
to be guided and directed.
what I would ideally like to do, and this is going to depend on how many creatures the people who sign up want to write. If we have a lot of people who only want to write 1 or 2 creatures, I'm not going to make anybody write more than they want to.
Right.
But if we have a lot of people who want to write like 5, 6, 12 creatures, then what I would ideally like to do is once we've figured out all of the creatures that we want for the book, I want to divide them up into encounters, even though we're not organizing the book by encounter. I want to figure out what our encounters are going to look like in the encounter PDF if we get there, and then assign an encounter to someone.
I see.
So you're not going to be told like,
oh, we lost your audio there, Jess.
This is an encounter with 6 skeletons, write 6 skeletons.
All right, you sound like you're back. There was just like a lag or delay or something.
Okay, yeah, it's on the right one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're not going to be told, like, write us 6 skeletons, do everything for the skeleton section. You'll be told you're going to write this encounter that we would include in the encounter PDFs if we reach to that stretch goal. And so this encounter will include 1 skeleton, 2 zombies, some vines, and a knight.
Right.
And then you would write... Yeah, and then you would write those in a way where the skeletons have whatever the skeleton abilities are, the vines have whatever the vine ability is, but you're creating the creatures so that they function together as an encounter.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Because it's just forward thinking, and it doesn't cost us anything. And to that end, I wouldn't want someone to be the only person who touches. Obviously there's going to be some instances where maybe there's person makes
one chicken.
There's one chicken, but I don't want one person, unless it's maybe like, probably not even if it was me, to be the only person who designed all the flowers, right? I'd like for there to be at least 2 people who are in the flowers file, just so that you get this kind of combination of ideas. That being said, while depending on the scope of this project, obviously Jess or I can kind of service in that function, but I do like the idea that we may have some people who are probably a little bit more engaged and more involved. I think we're going to get a lot of people who are going to say, oh, I'd like to do 1 or 2 monsters, just to get my name in the book, and that would be pretty cool. But if there are people who want to become more involved, I like the idea that we can almost have people who might end up being sort of a, sort of like a team leader responsible for a species, right? And sort of give it that cohesiveness over an entire species, so that beasts feel like beasts, undeads feel like undeads. That's definitely something that I want to make sure kind of comes through in the final result. But yeah, I love that idea, Jess. So that's a great idea. And again, we've said this before, but I'm okay. Not everybody, because of, if you're getting paid from this, you're going to have to, you're going to be a 1099. You're going to have to, fill out a W-9 form. I'm going to need your tax information because I'm going to need to do all that. If it's international, there could be some, you might not want to, you might be like, I don't really care. I'm only want to do 1 or 2 or 3 monsters. I don't really need, $100 or $75. Cool. But I am insisting that if somebody wants to, I'm setting the number at 10, but if somebody wants to do 10 or more monsters, I'm insisting that you must get paid. Like, I'm not going to let somebody do that much work and not get some amount of money. What is the grid size for the art? Unknown, Mike. Classic Nintendo pixel art was I think 24 by 24, like 32 by 32, pretty gritty. And now, nowadays you get sort of like the retro modern pixel art can be like 128 by 128 and 256 by 256. I'm actually okay with that. Obviously, a more complicated pixel art is probably going to be more expensive. So it really comes down to what the artists we find that we like. Do I like their style? What is their price? How do we price that all out and all that other stuff? So, yeah. That's what it really comes out to.
The last thing I want to address before we get into elementals is
Yeah.
the Lich.
Yeah.
Is a Lich level 30, or does a Lich actually belong in the next book?
So I think a Lich. Well, I think Lich itself could be several different things. So it might not just be
Right.
Well, because to be clear too, by the way, one of the things that I see that Jess has added a new tab as well, by the way, which is save for book 2. Some of these families are going to be book 1 families only. For example,
yes,
goblinoids are likely only going to be, level 5, 10, 15. And, we're not going to see anything in the 20s and 30s. And they're not going to be goblinoids in book 2, which is, the advanced. On the other hand, we could easily have, say, elves. Elves could be in both books. There might also be certain types of creatures that are only in the second book. And so part of that decision is sort of just, kind of figuring that out. So like Garblag is saying like demi-lich, right? Which ironically is a more powerful form of lich, even though demi means half lich. But yeah, the lich to me, it doesn't necessarily have to be just lich. It could be, blank lich or something like that, dread lich. And it could be like a level 30 elite creature or something like that. The question is like, is it just a skeleton? Probably, in that respect. So I like elite,
Okay.
For the, yeah.
Let's get to the elementals then.
Yeah. And just real quick, by the way, I want to show this to people. So this is Craft Picks, which is where I buy a lot of my pixel art and stuff. So here is an example. Here, this grid on screen. This is an example of 32 by 32 pixel art. So you can see it's definitely pixel arty, but it's still pretty it's pretty detailed, but it's definitely still pixel arty. On the other hand, here's an example of technically pixel art, but it is 512 by 512. So this is like there's a pretty big scaling difference between 32 by 32 to 512 by 512. But technically this is technically pixel art. And then there's everything in between. So like here is an even more, I think this is, I don't remember which one this is, but you can see that, this is very pixel arty. So I bought this specific pack for when I did my, Torchbearer campaign, for those of you who watched the Torchbearer actual play, to use for the equipment. I personally think that this is a pretty sweet spot where it still looks retro without looking a little too difficult to kind of really get a lot of detail, which is what you get when it gets a little bit too. No, I agree. I'm pointing out that the 512 is technically sold as pixel. I mean, this is Craft Picks, right? So it's designed for pixel art. I'm just saying there's a big scale in that respect. So anyways. That's also true, Stan. But also, again, like I showed in the thumbnail, there's an element of this which is I do want it to look like a pixel art. I mean, it is. I'm not trying to hide the fact that it's pixel art. Like if it's so detailed that you can't tell that it's pixel arty, it kind of misses the point. So,
yeah.
Anyways, all right. Lug says, "Where's Cactuar? It's in our plants section."
Yeah. All right, Derek. What does Fabula Ultima have to say about elementals?
Great. Let's talk about elementals. All right. Where is my PDF? There we go. Okay. So, elementals are designing NPCs. Here we go. Okay. So elementals are tangible manifestations of the great forces of nature. Some of them are sentient, but many are devoid of thought. Examples would be something like a nymph, a phoenix, or a titan. And then in the book itself, as an example of an elemental, they have both the acorn pixie as well as the chaos shard, as well as a grenado, which I personally think should be a monster, as well as an ooze, which I personally think should be a monster. So yes,
Okay.
this is why I said elemental is going to be very difficult, because what people think of as elemental, I think, has a lot of scaling difficulties. The other thing is like, let's take example, a hellhound, or like well, that's probably more of a demon, but a fire wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an elemental? Is that a monster? Is that a beast? Now, the idea of a beast is it's supposed to be mostly natural. So if it's literally made out of living elemental flame, I don't think it should be, a beast. But there is no real, defined answer in the course of the game. And you can even see that the examples that they give. By the way, we also have nymph and spike flake. So yeah, the only thing that per the core game that they share is that elementals are always immune to poison damage and immune to a second damage type. So,
and what do they say about plants?
Plants, far from being typical vegetation, these plants have evolved into dangerous predators due to mutation or magical influences, and include the Allarune, I don't even know what that is, dragon trap, and a treant. And so examples of plants that they give here are a little, I don't know, root-looking dude with a little face, a cursed pumpkin, a pester vine, which is a tangle of vines with a little face, and, yes, a shroomkin.
All right. So how are we feeling about the dryads being under plant and not elemental right now?
I think that they should be under plant, because to me, so for me, and in fact, I don't even necessarily know how I feel about some of the answers that they have, but this is more of like a deep cut lore. But there's a necromancer class in Fabula Ultima, and it has the ability as a heroic skill, which is like once you master the class, you can take this ability. They can basically they can reanimate a slain monster as a minion, and it serves you as an ally. But you cannot reanimate undead, constructs, elementals, or demons, because the idea is like they don't have like a physical form, that there's nothing there to reanimate. So the only thing that you can reanimate is dragon or beast, monster, plant, and humanoid. So, hey, Marksum, 666. Thank you, Marksum. $100. Thank you, buddy. To support Derek and the channel, and incentive for Derek to stay focused and listen to this. I am doing my best, Marksum. I am doing my best. Thank you, Marksum. You guys are awesome and amazing. I love you all so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hell out of all of you. Again, with your support, this can actually happen, which is crazy and amazing. And, I love it. Obviously, we're never going to be Legends of Evantris, and we're never going to be, DC 20. Just we don't have the backing, but we do have the best fans in the land, and I'm excited about it. So I appreciate you so much. And thank you also, Sinric, for your 9-month streak. Thank you, Marksum. Appreciate you guys. So there you go. Appreciate the hell out of you. So anyways, yeah, so Dryad is a great example of that, where, to me, it's a living plant creature. It's not like a spirit or an elemental spirit in a way that like maybe like I don't want to say they're like ghost-like, but to me, an elemental doesn't leave behind a body. And I'm only saying that because the necromancer can't animate it.
Right. Okay. So
that's for me how I'm thinking about it.
Okay. So since what we're doing is creating a Fabula Ultima bestiary, and since Fabula Ultima is supposed to be inspired by JRPGs, I think that our task in determining what the elementals are is that we need to look to JRPGs for guidance.
Right.
Have you played any of the mana games like Secret of Mana?
I played Secret of Mana.
Okay, so there are elementals in Secret of Mana. What an elemental is fairly defined. And what an elemental is in Secret of Mana is fairly like Platonic Greek elementalism. Like a fire elemental is a salamander, an earth elemental
Mm.
is a gnome. And that is what I propose.
So I'm a little torn on that because I'm coming at this from like a 4th edition standpoint, where I like the idea of, you know, elementals being basically living embodiments of one of the core element types. And to me, it's like there's it's a spectrum from like a literally just like a living flame to something that we would probably now in D&D or Pathfinder sense call like a fire elemental, right? And then 4th edition had this kind of a race called archons, which were like fiery creatures, but they were like even more humanoid shaped or they were water creatures or earth creatures, but they were like even more humanoid looking than like, let's say, a normal elemental would be. Or to your point, a flaming, you know, a wolf that's completely made out of fire, or a whatever that's completely made out of earth. But the key thing for me is like, yeah, like Iceman or Human Torch, but obviously they're people that turn into that stuff. I kind of want to avoid the idea of it being like a representational spirit of Earth. Like I want it to be like basically made of fire, you know, or made of Earth.
So you want just like Pokemon. You want just like Graveler.
Yes.
You want to pay someone money to make you a pixel art of Graveler.
I'm not super familiar with Pokemon, so I don't know which one
Google
Graveler is.
He's a rock with arms and he rolls around.
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, kind of, sort of. Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Disgusting.
Now, yeah. So, right, and so the issue here, Marksum, is like, let's say you have a fire wolf, right? But like, number one, it lets us reuse the art asset, which is kind of sick. Number two, like, I don't want it to just be a wolf that is on fire. Does that make sense? You know? And again, this is more like, so this is taking a step back, which is, how do I make these creatures fundamentally feel different than other creatures of the same role and the same level? Right? In other words, how is a humanoid hunter different than a beast hunter, different than an elemental hunter? And for me, the elemental component is like doubling. I mean, Fabula Ultima already much more so than in any other RPG that you've played, tabletop role-playing game. Like, everything has resistances, immunities, vulnerabilities. And it's double and half. It's really, really, you know, significant. So, you know, not saying it's rare, but in like Pathfinder 2, for example, there's a lot of creatures in the game who don't really have any sort of, you know, vulnerability or resistance. Whereas, unless it's like specifically like a magical creature or a demon creature. Whereas in Fabula Ultima, just a normal knight, a humanoid knight, is going to have 2 or 3 or 4 elemental affinities. They're going to be resistant. There's nothing in the game that is blank across the line. Everything in the game has some sort of weakness, some sort of vulnerability. So the thing for me with elementals is I really want to lean into that, like double down on that, and really kind of express it as that sort of thing. The other thing is, in Fabula Ultima, there are 6, 8, depending how you want to look at it, damage types. And they are here. They are physical, which is obviously not an elemental. There's banana. Actually, it's air, but everyone calls it banana. There's the air element, bolt. There's dark. there's earth, there's fire, there's ice, there's light, and there's poison. So those and poison and physical are kind of, in my mind, kind of off the table. So for me, elemental is basically air, bolt, dark, earth, fire, ice, and light. And if you want to be really technical about it, you could take off light and dark and just go air, bolt, earth, fire, cold. Because the elemental shroud ability, which is one of the elementalist spells, specifically can give you resistance to those 5 types: air, bolt, earth, fire, cold. So those are the 5, types. Yeah.
So your dream fire elemental is just like Calcifer. It's not even a salamander, it's just Calcifer. That's what you want.
Hold a sec. Okay. How do I show this? Okay. So this is an example of the fire archons from 4th edition D&D. This is the art. What? Wait, what was that? What was that?
Disgusting.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say disgusting?
Yes. Carry on. Carry on.
What?
Carry on.
Now, Stan says Jess, he hates anime. I'm sorry. Did I miss something? What's wrong? What's wrong with this?
Oh, you just didn't know who Calcifer was.
Oh. Is it a Pokemon?
No, it's not a Pokemon.
Oh, it's
from Howl's. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that could be okay. So I like the idea. We could have a family, right, which is called like a moat, right? The family is moat, and it's that thing. And we just pixel shift it, and it's like you can have a fire moat, you could have an ice moat, you could have an air moat, you could have a bolt moat, and you could have a whatever the fuck, earth moat, and we could just color shift it, and there you go. And that's called like a moat.
Sure.
And that's the family. That's kind of my idea. Now, that being said, I don't think every elemental needs to just be this sort of quasi-anthropomorphic thing of elements, elemental energy. I'm not opposed to the idea of there being things that are a little bit more, structured or humanoid looking, or even some sort of, fire hound type creature, like that. I'm not opposed to that, especially if we can.
So you do want dogs?
Well, it's a wolf. I mean,
I'm just joking. You said last stream you made me take dog out of beasts.
Right. So no, I want this dog that apparently is playing like, it looks like it's playing like Holly or something like that. Or Holy, whatever it's called. But anyways, so we could do that. That also lets us kind of reuse the pixel art, right? Like we could have an elemental family. With a better name than this, that are just called like elemental beasts, and unlike every other family where they share the same pixel, they
all have a different
animal that we've transposed into elemental form. So there could be like a fire wolf, a ice lobster. I don't know. You know what I mean?
The only thing we can't do is we can't do a bolt bat, because I already wrote that for Pathfinder. That's already been published by Pathfinder.
So we're not allowed to do a bolt bat.
You can, but I need to pretend that I wasn't involved in creating the exact same thing that I already sold to Paizo and is now Paizo IP, and I have no claim over.
All right. No bolt bats. Got it. Okay.
Other people can make bolt bats. I can't make bolt bats. I already sold bolt bat to Paizo on a work for hire contract.
Right. Yes. So Marksum, I mean, that's a reasonable idea, right? Which is you get your like blobby elemental, you get a humanoid elemental, and you get an animal like elemental. That's not reasonable, or not unreasonable. Beyond that, I don't know what else we want to put in there. Again, the Fabula Ultima game itself is pretty open to a lot of ideas, like a phoenix or some sort of
But
more
salamanders are an absolute no for you.
I mean, as long if it's a fiery elemental salamander made of pure elemental fire, then yeah.
Why would it not be?
I don't know. Are we talking like D&D salamander?
No, I'm talking about elementals. Like
Okay, yes.
spirit of fire salamander and spirit of earth gnome and
Like,
spirit of water
okay.
nymph.
This is a D&D salamander.
Yeah. He's like a naga.
Yeah.
But he has arms.
Yeah. But the thing about these creatures is, in my mind, even in the context of D&D.
In D&D, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, but this is like a real creature. You know what I mean? It just happens to be from the elemental plane. Like, to me, fire giant is not an elemental creature.
Right.
If that makes sense.
But if you Google, like, Secret of Mana Salamander.
All right, it's been a long time since I played Secret of Mana.
Water is yeah, sorry.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. But
okay, so we're.
But then that's one art for I mean, what we could do is we could have one family per. Again, for me, I would be happy if elemental was mostly just air, bolt, cold, fire, earth. Like, I think light and dark are kind of, separate states. Now, Scott's, that's a great question, because another example of an elemental could be something like a Jinn. Right? So
those
Jinn
are the
is
air ones.
Well, sorry, whatever they're called, but like
no, I'm just saying
Jinn, Freet, Merid, Dao.
Yes,
called?
but yeah, it is Dao. The thing about that is that Dungeons and Dragons is the source of the idea of genies as elementals.
Right.
That is like a D&D-ism that made genies weird in pop culture, and it stems directly and exclusively from Dungeons and Dragons. It is my opinion that genies are fae.
Okay, well, there is no fae section, so.
But
we could make them demons.
Yes, that would be closer to what a genie is.
I see.
Because like the myth of like
right, but I'm
thing...
not.
No. The myth of like a thing that makes a bargain with you, and the bargain is like a bargain that you shouldn't make. The bargain of making a deal with a crossroads demon, and the bargain of making a deal with a genie, and the bargain of making a deal with a fae are all kind of the same, like tricksy bargainer.
Right. To be clear, this is a Final Fantasy genie, so that means it just shows up and you fight it.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying that those three
understand.
things are functionally the same.
Right, but
in my opinion,
that which is fair. I guess what it's trying to say is like, if number one, that could be you're right, that could be a thing for book 2. But the other thing is like if the genie is just, or the Jinn type is just a humanoid air creature, a humanoid earth creature, or whatever, then it doesn't have to be genie, right? That in my mind, that's like the role that the Archon, which I was showing from 4th edition, is serving, right? Which is just like the fiery creature.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if we've answered any questions here, but
well, we're circling an issue. We're gonna get there. Okay, so
correct. Shinobi's got it exactly right. Derek wants to make the classic D&D / Final Fantasy 1 monsters nothing interesting. Correct. Thank you. You understand, Shinobi. That's right.
Okay,
the time for creative and like, oh, we're pulling from this ancient and beloved mythology and this rich cultural heritage. No, we're just stealing from Final Fantasy 1. Um,
Okay, so imagine here we are, we're on air elementals, right? So imagine we have our mode of air,
yeah.
and it has the moat sprite.
Yep.
And
Oh, I see
then
how
we
I see how
have,
you're organizing it. Okay, I like this. I like this.
I think that would be how we organize
Yep.
it, right?
I think you're 100% correct. I like that a
And then
lot.
we have our air animal, and it has whatever the animal
Yep.
we use for air.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And then
Would it be too much to make it an air? I mean, somebody said we should make the air
the
creature
air
the
bird,
turtle.
sure, but we don't need to worry
No,
about that right now.
no, I like air turtle. That's it.
I
No, I'm
think
just
we can, yeah, we can figure out later what animal each of them are. We have our moat, we have our animal.
right.
What else are we doing in here?
I think we should do like a humanoid.
Okay, okay. Our air humanoid, and this might have the same sprite as our, what did I call it? Our shade sprite.
Right. Or, potentially even, we could, like the air could be like the elf sprite and the earth could be like the dwarf sprite,
It could be,
if you want to make it more like a spirit kind of rather than like an elemental thing. So I like this theme that you're going with here for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And then do we, like, how many air elementals do we want?
I personally think 4 should be the right number.
Okay. So then what else are we looking at here? Are we looking at...
This could be like the miscellaneous one. I don't, like, I don't know what we want to... This is where I don't know what we want to do for the fourth one. But I do feel like there should be 4. Because I like the idea if we do 4...
Okay. Are dragons elementals?
I think they're monsters.
Okay.
Again, for me...
Because if we wanted to make dragons elementals, that would be a thing that could go in here, right?
So it's kind of like the thing with the undead, right? Which is like anything could be skeletal. The skeletal part is it made of bones and nothing else? That sort of overrides everything else. So the difference between a dragon as a monster and dragon as an elemental, to me, is does it leave behind a body when it dies? Because again, I'm literally basing this entirely off of the necromancer ability. So if the dragon is more of like a dragon spirit and it's like this living creature of flame that happens to have a dragon-like shape, then it could be elemental. But if it's not that, then I don't think it's an elemental. In other words, I'm trying to avoid, like things that are completely, whatever I was trying to say.
I got you.
Yeah.
So how many elements total do we have?
I personally think that there should be 5. And if we want to, we can include some like a bonus section that doesn't have to follow the same pattern as the 5 main ones for light and dark. Because those are technically types in the game, but they don't really fall into like the classic elemental distinction.
Bolt, what comes next alphabetically?
Fire.
Fire?
No. Yes, fire, because it's called ice, not cold.
Okay. And then what's after fire?
Air, bolt, earth.
Earth, okay.
Fire, ice.
Okay.
So those are the 5 elements of Fabula Ultima. The other 2 are light and dark. And then there's poison and physical. Let me see if I can show this to chat. I think it's in the bestiary. Let's see. There it is. So this is like the elemental interaction that they have in the game. So you have this bolt beats air, air beats earth, earth beats bolt, and then fire and cold are opposed. Fire and ice, I say, are opposed, and then light and dark are opposed. So it's kind of in this. I think. Yes, there is no water in Fabula Ultima. It is ice.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. All right. So right now we have 20 elementals.
Yeah.
What are we doing for the rest of our elementals?
Well, that's a great question. I think that's either where we get, we could potentially do some stuff with the light and dark. We could add special, like one-offs, right? Like if you wanted to do like a phoenix or an undine or a sylph, or something like that. Or we get a better suggestion from chat. I don't. Or we could add a fifth type to the elementals and do it as like a something else. Or we could add more creature types.
Do you want creatures that are multi-element elementals?
My instinct here is to say no. Like I don't want to go, para-elemental, or quasi-elemental. Oh, it's a radiant elemental and it's light and bolt. Did I get that right? Is that correct?
Yeah, but that is a way that we could be adding to our elemental count, right?
Yeah. Also, I mean, there's something to be said about about book 2 as well. Well, the only reason I don't want to go poison elemental. Oh, you're right. Radiant is fire and light. Anyways, because even in the I'm trying to stay true to the source material here, and this is what we have. Yes, I have used those monsters. Obvious. So the actual bestiary has these things called esprits, and they are basically just little sparks of elemental power. So
okay, so we don't need motes.
Yeah. So I don't think we actually. Well, all of these are mages, and I think we could do something more than just making them all mages. So I do actually think we could do something other than this. But interestingly, to this point, they do have a shadow sprit, a prismatic esprit, and an iron esprit. Do they have a poison esprit? Yeah, see, even they don't have a poison one, so...
Okay, so do you want to do... What? Do you want to follow the elements that they're doing for the esprits?
I think we should do the 5 main types, and then I'm okay having a, like... We could do, like, light and dark, but I don't think that they need to be as it doesn't have to follow the same pattern.
Okay.
I mean, we could make it follow the same pattern. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. I think we could totally have a darkness elemental. There's just again, I'm basing this off of here. I'll show you what I'm basing this off of. It's for me. I always talk about. When I talk about role-playing games, I talk about this idea of like tonal consistency, and I talk about like the way that things interact with each other throughout the course of the game system. There is a class called the Elementalist, okay? And the Elementalist, believe it or not, channels the flow of elements, okay? The Elementalist gets a list of spells. One of the spells they get is called Elemental Shroud. And they choose either air, bolt, earth, fire, or ice. That's what they can, elemental weapon. Let them sheath a weapon in air, bolt, earth, fire, or ice. So all of their spells can do air, bolt, earth, fire, or ice. So I'm looking at Elementalist and I'm looking at elementals and I'm seeing like the parallels of them. The Elementalist doesn't do anything with light and dark. And also, not for nothing, I like the idea that, again, mechanically, we can carve out things like light and dark, and we can give that to things like the demons.
Mhm.
Or we can give that to things like maybe even the plants, like the a daisy has like a solar beam attack or something
Mhm.
like that, or a sunflower or something like that. And so, I'm a big fan of that. There is a spell from the Spiritist, okay? And the Spiritist gets a spell called. Maybe it's not Spiritist. I don't even remember what fucking class it is. There's some class that gets the ability to shroud people with protection from the other types of spells, energy. Anybody know what class that is?
Okay, this doesn't matter. This
It
divergence is
matters
over.
to me.
No, this is over. This is over. Let's get back to the elementals. If you want to say that you want the elementals to be the ones that the elementalist can do powers with, that's fine with me. You don't need to convince me of this. None of this needs to be happening right now, and you need to stop. We're gonna get back in. We're gonna focus back in on our outline. You're gonna stop what you're doing right now. You're gonna close this. You're gonna minimize it. Derek, you're gonna minimize it.
Why isn't this
Derek?
in the game?
Derek?
Where is it?
Derek?
Where
Derek?
is it?
You're gonna minimize this?
All right. Yeah.
We're gonna
All right.
stop looking for this. It's not important right now.
It is important.
We don't need to do this right now.
All right. I'm not doing it, chat. Chat, find it for me. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have 20 elementals right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to add a fifth thing to each of these categories? Do you want to add another category? Do you want another category to be like multi-elementals?
Well, we can't do 5, right?
We could add an elite.
But wouldn't that be 2, 2, and 1? Isn't that? We can't do 5.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zetrum says you are Vivance personified.
Only for other people, not for me.
So Stan says 5 by 7 equals 35, a double spread for each element. The problem is 7 feels like a lot. Now we could go, into bespoke elemental stuff, or we could make a big decision, and make, we could carve out a type of creature and make it an elemental.
Yes.
Like a giant, or like you mentioned,
a dragon.
Dragon, right? So, I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do you think dragon should be an elemental instead of a monster? I don't mind the idea, only because it gives us more space in the monster category, which I feel like is already going to have a lot of things. And, we could just lean more into the idea that the dragons are, elemental creatures, not just. And when we think about dragons, right, we always think of them as
fire breathing, ice breathing.
Oh, Wes.
Okay,
it doesn't. Yeah, Wes. By the way, Wes. It could be Drake. Yeah, for sure. It doesn't have to be.
That doesn't matter. We could call them all serpents. It could be an air serpent and a bolt serpent.
Right. But chat seems to be at least a couple people.
Sure. Okay. Let's.
Well, the reason why I don't want to do a dragon monster and a dragon elemental is because at a certain point I feel like we're kind of beating that horse a little dead. You know what I mean? Like what makes it a dragon at that point?
Like, how many pieces of dragon art are we ordering in order to not have 16 things that are all the same art?
Right. Correct.
Like, we want to reuse our art, but that's a bit much.
Right.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Elementals, we're going to leave this at 20 right now, because it looks like the decision point of what we're doing with the rest of the elementals is going to depend on what we do and do not have space for in the monsters. Sure. So we're going to go down to monster.
Yeah. To answer the chat's question, Fabula Ultima is a little all over the place when it comes to oozes and slimes and jellies. In the bestiary, they have the jelly as an elemental. But
I was told by Lollipop that one of them is an elemental, and then there's also one in monster.
correct.
Yeah.
But Mellow Ooze is in monster.
Uh-huh.
This is from the core rulebook.
Yes, that's a jelly versus ooze.
So now, yes, JRPGs is a thing, but that's not the only source of inspiration for this. I'm also inspired by classic D&D. I mean, that's definitely a big source of inspiration for me. And when I think oozes, I think aberration. And when I think aberration, I think monster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think elemental. So
yeah.
Anyways, all right.
Monsters.
Monsters. Monsters. All right, monsters. Okay, monsters. We have horse, spider but smart, cockatrice, sea monsters, sea serpents, krakens, dragons. Okay, well, for starters, remember the idea of a monster, and Fabula Ultima says this, is they are weird, intelligent, magical beasts, quite intelligent, gifted with supernatural powers. They leave a body, and their features are often bizarre. So, like, I don't know that, like, sea serpent should be a monster. Or, like, sea monster is even a monster.
Okay.
Well, because I don't think of a sea monster as being magical beasts, quite intelligent, gifted with supernatural powers, with bizarre, twisted features.
This is kind of like a sea serpent was going in like a Loch Ness Monster cryptid direction. Taking our snake sprite and turning it into like snake cryptid.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then spider but smart is some kind of like phase spider situation.
Sure. Okay, so let's think here. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Also, I was thinking instead of calling them moats, we could call them wisps. That's also
okay. That's not important.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so for starters, regardless of whatever everybody else did, I like the idea of slime or ooze or jelly, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
that is a monster to me.
Yeah.
There's one in the book. I think it's an elemental, but I don't think it should be an elemental. This is more of me, just classic Final Fantasy monsters. It's some sort of like living bomb. It's like a classic Final Fantasy type monster that blows up. Anything weird like a cockatrice or a basilisk would go here as well. A chimera.
Okay, how do you feel about your ability to take our animal creatures, our pixel art animals, and create chimeras out of them?
Yeah, probably not good enough. We probably order some chimera art, but I mean, I think chimera could be, a couple of different monsters.
Because, like, suppose we have.
Now, to be clear, some of these might be book 2, by the way. So, like Sphinx or Chimera could be a book 2 thing.
Yeah. Like, if we have a piece of bat art, right? We've got our bat, but then we also.
I think it would look pretty
have
janky.
A chicken.
Yeah,
Do you think you could take the bat wings and put them on a chicken?
I have zero confidence in my artistic abilities to do anything that remotely looks good. So, no.
But you're going to pixel shift all of these.
Yeah, but that's different. That's applying a Photoshop filter.
Okay.
That's very different. Like, that's actually requiring some amount of skill. I have no skill.
Okay, so you don't think that you can make a winged cat for us?
Yeah. Right. So I want to remember beast, animal but big is a whole monster group. I disagree because pumpkin. I think that would just be a form of beast. Because again, for me,
Yeah.
what makes a megafauna is not a monster for me.
Yeah.
Monsters are weird. Mimic is a monster. A basilisk, an 8-legged lizard that turns you to stone with its gaze. That's a monster.
Is Mimic a monster family?
I don't know. That's tough. I mean, the
Do
problem
mimics
is
mimic things that aren't treasure chests?
the problem is I don't know what kind of role Mimic would have in a Final Fantasy game or, like in a JRPG game, because you're not like doing the kind of right. The whole point of a Mimic is like, oh, you're exploring the dungeon in a very procedural way. And it surprised you and it got you. Like, I don't know that like we just like fight this, So, I worry that the Mimic is like a little bit too much more of a one-off and sort of specific. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know that I saw like a Mimic as that. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Klopster. Some sort of floating big eyeball. That's a classic.
Okay.
An evil eye or a floating eye or something.
How many
like
floating
that.
eyeballs do you want?
I don't know. Probably somewhere between 3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah,
We have 4 floating eyeballs.
Like an Ahriman, Wes. Yeah.
Okay.
No, so to be clear, in Final Fantasy, because of this is a classic. They originally the evil eye, okay, which is what you fight at the end of the ice cave, was originally a beholder, but they got sued. So they changed it into a single-eyed creature called the Evil Eye. And historically now in Final Fantasy, like things like Ahriman and things like the Evil Eye are just one big eye. So it's not actually a beholder. It's one big eye.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
So we have 4 floating eyeballs. How many dragons do you want?
Well, right. So to be clear, and I want to get people's thoughts and opinions on this. The family might be dragon, or should the family be like Drake? And we should like save dragon for book 2, or should like dragon be in both? Because like I could see that dragon should be like maybe more of a champion and not an elite. But it could be fun. It could be fun to do a spread where they're only elites, right? So like every dragon is an elite, so it feels a little bit more special, and it would also stand out, I think, in the book as a cool like, there's a bunch of bunch of soldiers, and it's like, oh, the dragons. Stan, yes, D&D has dragons at every level of the game. And I think dragons are cool. And, also one of the things that I think that you really need to, Lollipop points out that Drake, there's a single Drake in the book, in the core rule book at level 10. So we could put it that. Also, I want to point out something here. The reason that we're going to level 30 is because even Emmanuel Galetto, the author of the game, basically said his campaigns usually don't make it past level 30 when he plays Fabula Ultima. So for a lot of people, they're never getting to level 40 or 50. And at level 40 and 50, you're like fighting God in space. So at that point in time, dragons are even kind of almost a rounding error. So I have no problem putting, worms with a Y or drakes or some sort of other draconic name, or even just calling them dragons, and putting them in there at level, say, 15, 20, 25 or something, or 20, 25, 30. And putting them in as an elite. I think that could be pretty cool.
All right. What makes each dragon different from each other?
Well, fundamentally, if I was doing the dragons, I would want each one to be an element and each one to be a different role. So in a perfect
the dragons
world, we'd have 6 dragons. Because there's 6 roles.
Because we have 6. Okay, but we don't have 6 elements.
We do if we include poison,
Okay.
which is kind of what the green dragon is anyways.
Uh-huh.
And then white is obviously cold, red is obviously fire, blue is obviously bolt. Now we don't really officially have an earth dragon or an air dragon. And the black dragon doesn't really. You could also argue maybe the green dragon is air and the black dragon is poison. But
Okay.
yeah.
So you want 6?
Well, I don't know. Chat's going
Dragons.
Chat's going ham. We've got
Uh-huh.
I roll. Does the core rules cover chimeras, manticores, gnolls, etc.? No, it does not. There is one manticore or a chimera in the bestiary, but it is and again, remember, part of the goal here is to create monsters that you might use again and again. I'm not trying to create like boss monster dragons. I'm thinking like Final Fantasy, where you get a random encounter and you might fight 3 dragons, or 4 dragons. Like, it's not like it's a big deal. It's not like some super mega ultimate boss. It's not the ancient fire god dragon. It's just a dragon. But yeah, so people are saying, what about light and dark? What about poison? Obvious as acid. There is no acid in the game. The problem, Scotty, is Fabula Ultima has 5 elements, not 4. So blue is kind of earth dragon as well. Yes, that's true.
We're doing 8 dragons.
Sick.
And they're all elites.
So what does that mean? 1 for everyone, but physical?
Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down. Now, we could get a lot of mileage out of that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you're going to make them all elites. Okay.
Yeah. That's going to be 8 pages.
Well, no, there's a possibility that we could end up fitting, because of the nature of the dragon and because there might be a lot of repeatedness in it, we might be able to fit 2 on a page. Potentially. Part of what makes an elite is like it's the text that is required for its attack routine, but I'm thinking that some of that might be replicated.
But these are all going to be designed by different people.
Oh, that's true. All right, fine. Fuck it. 8 pages. I will say this. I mean, they're dragons. I mean, whatever. We will have 2 rolls that get,
That's
duplicated.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Now, Lollipop says, if you're going to go that far, should you go to a 9th and make a steel dragon or something for physical? Will it feel like an error of omission?
The thing is, the thing about that is that we have to consider
the layout,
our pagination, right? We have to consider how many pages they are. 9 pages is going to beg the question of what goes on the second page of that last spread, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. All right, I'm done. I think 8 dragons is sick. I mean, it's dragons, for God's sakes. I mean, it's who doesn't love a good dragon?
So if you want to do 10 pages of dragons,
right,
then we can do 10 pages of dragons.
Right, we can't do 9. We can do 8.
Right.
Now, granted, that extra page could be info. It could be something about dragons.
Yes. If you want a page in the dragon section that isn't... Or if you want a multi-elemental dragon.
To me, a multi-elemental dragon should be like more...
Like it has 2 heads.
High level. That's
right, but we could introduce 1 2-headed dragon here and then reserve our art of many-headed dragons to expand on the many-headed dragons in a second book if we do one.
No, I think I mean, Marksums, that's not a bad idea either. 10 dragons, 1 for each 2-color pair. Yeah, they're all multi-headed dragons. I don't know. I don't feel particularly strong about any of these options, not because I dislike them, but it's because of like I kind of don't care.
Okay, then we have 1 2-headed dragon. Done.
So, okay. Is that kind of competing with? Well, I don't know if we're gonna have a Hydra. I feel like Hydra is more of a boss monster, but in Final Fantasy you did fight random Hydras, so there is that. Okay. What else? All right, people. What kind of weird monsters do we need? How many? What do we got here?
How many oozes? We have 4 oozes.
Yeah, I think 4 is probably enough.
Okay. And then, do you want worms separate from dragons?
No, if we have dragons, we don't need worms.
Okay.
Anything?
And you want 4 floating eyeballs?
Yeah.
Okay, so then right now we're at like 18. Ignoring the like horse and smiter bullshit.
Right.
We're at 18 things that are actually locked down.
We need the bombs. We need the living bombs.
The what?
The living bombs.
Oh.
They're floaty things that blow up. All right, let me.
How many of those do you have?
Golems are going to be construct. We don't need a ton, but I also don't think any of them should be elite. So.
Okay. There's like 4 of them?
4 of them, I think.
Okay.
So let's take a look here. Okay, taking a step back. All right, never mind. Is there? No, it wouldn't be a monster. I need to think weird creatures. I'm looking at the Final Fantasy 1 monster list here. Gargoyle. Where does that go?
The construct, right?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right. It's made of stone. I like that as construct, anyways. Minotaur. Is that a humanoid?
Maybe.
Because remember, the definition of a humanoid in this game is a broad category, a catch-all term for intelligent creatures.
Would a gnoll be a humanoid?
Yes, a gnoll would be a humanoid.
Then a minotaur is a humanoid.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, actually, with that. All right.
I think a centaur is also a humanoid.
Cockatrice.
Yeah. But what category is cockatrice under?
That would be a monster.
No, I know.
Oh.
Is it just cockatrice section 1 page? Or
I mean, we could have like, a pyro. Well, in Final Fantasy, you had the cockatrice and the pyrolisk. So technically there were 2.
Oh, do we want harpies?
Is harpy a humanoid?
Probably. Okay. Okay, so cockatrice is a category?
I think so.
It's a family?
Yeah, Lollipop. I understand that the CRB has some of these things, and I don't actually care. Ooh, Naga. Great choice, Stan.
Is a Naga a humanoid?
No, because they are definitely, they literally don't have arms and legs, so that already kind of strikes them out from being humanoid.
Okay, how many Nagas?
I think we could do 3. So
that's 2 pages?
Yeah. So, okay, folks. So just to understand here, for my definition, humanoids are creatures that they're intelligent, they live in communities, and they use tools and equipment. Okay, so step 1 is a creature, in order to be a humanoid, basically has to have arms and legs. And it has to be like a social creature that lives in, tribes or cities or something like that. Okay. Secondly, monsters also have weird, supernatural, twisted powers. So, and their features can often be quite twisted and quite bizarre. So, for a harpy to qualify for that, it depends on how you define a harpy. A gorgon or a medusa, I could see that being a monster. All right. It's quite intelligent. It's got snake hair. Sure, it has arms and legs, but it also could turn people to stone with its visage. That is definitely a monster. Now, Stan, unicorns and Pegasuses. Here's the problem. I hate monster manuals that include good monsters, because when are you ever going to fight them? That's my problem with those.
Okay. So, we've got 4 oozes, 10 dragons, 4 floating eyeballs, 4 living bombs, and it's been proposed that living bombs maybe are actually elementals that blow up. But we'll get to that. We have 3 Nagas.
I don't hate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't hate that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What else are we looking at here in monsters?
Great question.
Our cockatrice is a category. Is that right? You want 2 of them?
Yep. Yeah. Cockatrice could be a category. Yeah, 2 of them. That would work.
And that's 1 page or 2 page because they're both elites.
No, I don't think they're elites.
Okay, so that's 1 page.
Yeah. Now that's very D&D like, a carrion crawler. But I don't hate it. So, Stan, that's a great question. You know, where does like a giant or a troll live? That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, it kind of does sound like it's a humanoid. You know. For example, in the book, they say humanoid. Example: bandit, kobold, ogre. So so you think so giants, I mean, assuming an ogre is a humanoid, a giant would be a humanoid as well. Now, to be clear, I knew that in my mind. Giant, I'm saving for humanoids for the book 2, right? So giants are a great example of a humanoid that is higher level, right? We have orcs and goblinoids for book 1, and then we still need level 30 and 40 humanoids for book 2. Those can be like giants and stuff like that. I'll be honest with you. I know that the classic kobold is like a dog. I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I like lizard kobolds, actually, personally.
But this is a JRPG game.
Well, right. Kobolds aren't even in JRPG games most of the time, so it doesn't.
Well, they are as dogs, aren't they?
I mean, I guess it depends on the JRPG, but I don't think kobolds are even in Final Fantasy, so I can't speak to that.
Mm. Okay, so living bombs. You want living bombs moved to elementals, yes?
I guess I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, they don't have to go into the same category, though, Jess.
But you want a living bomb category in elementals.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yes.
How many things are in that section?
It doesn't feel like it needs to be more than 4.
So then there's an element that we're leaving out?
Well, no, that's my point, is that it's in the elemental section, but I don't think it should be one of our types. Like, I don't think there should be, it doesn't have to be air. It doesn't have to follow that pattern.
Okay.
Like, we don't need a grenade for each element. That's what I'm saying. Or a bomb. In fact,
okay, so
actually, I'm going to do you one better. We don't even have orcs, Shinobi. I don't think. Yeah, we don't have orcs. A golem would neither be monster nor would it be elemental. A golem is most definitely a construct. I'm trying to see here. What's Final Fantasy 4? Yeah, in Final Fantasy 4, you have let's see here. Yeah, in Final Fantasy 4, you have the bomb, the dark grenade, the gray bomb. Like, I don't think we need to literally have a bomb for each one, just because like there's not enough interest in that monster type. Like, for example, I don't see there being a sentinel bomb. That doesn't make any sense. You know.
Okay.
So yeah. Anyways. Jacob says, let's make this book easy for you. Have one creature called the Demolendar. It's a shape-shifting creature that becomes a different random tangent each round. Nice. Yeah. LP Curio. Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Kind of falling off once you get to 7. I'm sticking, when the art, basically Super Nintendo and Nintendo. How about that? You know? But, that's not
All
to
right.
say that I'm completely ignoring the other ones. All right.
Back to monsters.
Yes.
We want a chimera section.
I think so.
Okay.
It's a weird creature with lots of weird abilities, strange, twisted.
How many chimera are there? And do they all have the same sprite?
Yes, they would have the same sprite. Chimera
Okay.
should probably only be like 2. They could even be like elites or
Okay.
something like that. Yeah.
Well, if we keep chimera and cockatrice next to each other alphabetically, they can be one page opposite each other.
Okay. I'm also obviously open to suggestions from you, Jess. I mean, what kind of monsters would you like to see?
This is a difficult category.
It
Knowing
is.
what even is a monster.
Yeah. So for example, in the book, not that this is,
Mhm.
they have things like the dread moth. They have the mellow
Okay.
ooze.
So do you want like a cryptids section for weird animals?
We could, yeah. Rust Monster, I think, is a little bit too on the nose for D&D, Samuel, and I don't know how well that would work for Fabula Ultima. Anyways,
All right, let's get our Smiter here under cryptids. Let's get our Sea Serpent and our Kraken under cryptids. And let's get our horse under cryptids. Is that 4 cryptids, or do we want more?
yeah, I'm just trying to see what even they have in here as a monster. Cerebrus. All right, there is a Champion 4 Hydra in the bestiary, and it's level 20. So I don't think we need a Hydra. If we had it, we don't need it.
Okay, so we're taking the Kraken or the Sea Serpent out?
No, Hydra.
Oh, okay. Horse is a cryptid? Yes, horse is a cryptid. That's correct.
Yeah, I wasn't part of that decision. I don't remember how it got made, but it did, and I didn't think to fight it, so.
Will-O-Wisp? How do you feel about Will-O-Wisps? And
Well,
how...
I think if anything, they would be like a demon.
Okay. I feel good about that.
Yeah. So again, the language that the game uses is demons are incarnations of legends and belief. Despite possessing a body, they are not truly alive. So things like the boogeyman. So if you use like the traditional thing of like Will-O-Wisp.
Ghosts, yes, that's under undead.
Yeah, ghosts are part of undead.
Griffin. Do you want a griffin?
See, I am of the opinion that a griffin would be a beast.
Okay.
Because
I buy that.
Yeah. It's a feral creature with animal intelligence. While their shape can be weird and twisted by magic, they generally do not use spells. A griffin, despite being a fantasy monster, quote unquote, is really just
a fantasy animal.
It's a fantasy animal, right? That's
yeah,
kind of
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Do you want griffins under beasts? Because I know there was a decision to include octopus under beast.
Right.
And I wonder if griffin would actually do more for us.
I mean, we could put it
than
in
octopus.
I think it was just because we wanted a balance of stuff that we could use for aquatic environments, but
yeah. But we have crocodile, we have crustacean, we have fish or piranha, we have octopus, and we have shark.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the question is just. Yeah. I mean, we could. I don't feel particularly strong about it. One bites.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll just rename it Octopus or Griffin for now.
Okay, fair enough. Dirty Phil says color-coded pages for monsters versus humanoids. No, they're just going to be in different sections. Dirty Phil. We're going to have one chapter for beasts. So chapter 1 is going to be beasts. Chapter 2 is going to be constructs. Chapter 3 is going to be demons. Chapter 4 is going to be elementals. Chapter 5 is going to be humanoids. Chapter 6 is going to be monsters. Chapter 7 is going to be plant. Chapter 8 is going to be undead. Each chapter will have approximately 30 to 40 monsters, and or 36 to 40 monsters, and they will be separated into these family groups. And then they will be alphabetical by family, Dirty Phil, within that space. So if you
and then
see
within
here,
the family, they'll probably be by level.
and then within the family, they will be by level. Yes, correct. That's exactly what I was thinking, Jess. So, for example, if you opened up the humanoid section, the first thing that you would see is dwarves, because D for dwarf is first. And there would be 3 dwarves. These 3 dwarfs would not be alphabetical. They would be by level. I agree with you, Jess. And yeah, so anyways, vampire is definitely undead. Werewolf is kind of weird for sure. Wes says 7 dwarves or riot. How about this, Wes? We'll put 4 more dwarves in the high level one. That way there'll be 7 dwarves between the two of them. All right, folks, come on. This is your opportunity. We're building this out. This is your opportunity to sneak in some weird monsters, guys. We have a lot of them. We've got 4. How many monsters do we have?
We're currently at 29.
Okay, so we still need, 8 or 9. The problem is, I feel like a werewolf isn't necessarily something that you fight. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a monster. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird about that, but I don't know what it would be. But I don't know. Is it a humanoid? Is it a beast? I think if it has, again. I don't know. Super Writer Andy, my goal with this is, and I'm saying this, I could be wrong. You could be thinking differently, but please, chat, tell me. I've been playing D&D for 35 years. My monster manuals are full of good aligned monsters, and I think I've used them like 3 times in my entire life, ever. So, generally speaking, like a unicorn there might be a unicorn in my game, but the players aren't going to fight it. So I don't really need stats for it. It's more of like an NPC, really.
Magitech Soldier is either a humanoid or a construct. It's definitely not a monster.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Magitech in the sense that it's like constructed, it would definitely be a construct, yes.
Construct, yeah.
Oh, now, right, Wes. Yeah, the classic, it's a unicorn, but it's corrupted. Okay, well, now, yeah. Yes, first, yes. Anyways. Well, we have Hoyrit. We have evil spider person, right?
Yeah, Smiter.
Smiter.
We have the Smiter.
We have the Smiter.
Do we have a spider but smart?
So, I feel like I'm a broken record here. So Shinobi says, do we have a sandworm thing yet? Well, number 1, that's probably a higher level monster if we're thinking about some gigantic, massive worm. But also, in this game, if a thing is just a big worm, that's just a beast.
Mm-hmm.
It's a feral creature with animal intelligence, and while their shape may be twisted by magic, they don't really use, they don't have special weird abilities. If it's just a big thing. Now, a mind flayer or legally distinct mind flayer would definitely be a monster because it's weirdly shaped, it has strange magical abilities, and it's hyper intelligent.
Okay. Let's think about aberration type things that you want. Right. We want oozes. What else in the realm of aberrations? Like, do we want mind flayers?
I don't know.
Do we want tentacle monsters?
And should that be in book 1 or book 2? Or I don't really think of. Yeah, it's a little tough, for sure. Blink dogs are good aligned, so they suffer from the same problem as anything else. Now, Final Fantasy does have mind flayers. You are correct. They're not called mind flayers. They used to be called mind flayers, but they changed the name of them because they got sued by D&D. I think we should have them because they're in Final Fantasy 1, and I think they're a classic monster, and I think we should have them.
Okay.
I think
So
they
you
should,
want? Do
I
you
think we
want
should
me to
have
call this
3.
category sorcerers or?
Well, that is what they are called in Final Fantasy. I don't know if you knew
Right.
that. If you just
That's why I
randomly said that.
asked.
Okay, fair enough. So squiddos, brain slurpers. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
should
can call them brain eaters.
We should call them something. Yes, I mean to be fair,
Yeah.
can't you? Yeah, they are also in the Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, they're called Pisco demons. I think though, Mind Flayer is now part of the Creative Commons, right? Isn't it?
Mm.
Isn't it called
How
that
many
now?
of them do you want? Brain
think
tasters. Oh, I like that. I like that.
I think 3.
Okay.
Eye Tyrant is the name for Beholder. That's the generic name for
Uh-huh.
Beholder. Squid heads.
All right. So we're at 32. So we just need a section of 4 now.
Yeah. Let me see Final Fantasy 4. No, they are
Dr.
WotC IP.
Waits, a lot of unusual things happened at the end of the OGL deauthorization saga, where a bunch of 5e books were put into the Creative Commons and like Strahd became Creative Commons.
Right.
But we would have to, if we Gibbering Mouthers, yes, I think those are oozes.
I think those are oozes.
Within what we're doing here, I think those are oozes. But anything that it was released into the Cranial Connoisseur, yes. Anything that was released into the Creative Commons, I don't think we actually want to touch because then we have to put a Creative Commons license on our book.
Right. Oh, this is a zoo. Oh, that's just a raven. We have Nago, right?
Yeah.
We could put in Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy. No, that's a boss monster. Sorceress, no. Oh, the Hell Turtle. We have Chimera. Again, anything that is just a big, weird, or scary version of a human, of a normal monster, is just probably a beast. So,
Michaeloid, if you mean like a mushroom kind of thing, those are under plants.
We have those under plants. Yeah, to be a monster, it has to be really weird. Not just like, oh, it's a, it's got to have like tentacle face or, 8 legs or, whatever. It has to be hyper intelligent, and it probably has to have supernatural or magical like abilities. And it needs to be ideally some combination of those, right?
15... Insight. What we're looking for right now is a category of creature that could contain 4 things. We're not necessarily zoned in on the specific creature right now. And so there is going to be room within all of these families to make up a creature, some of them more than others. But A bit of both, I guess, but I don't know that we're going to come up with a category that fits four creatures under it that is made up in the same way that we would come up with one specific creature that belongs under one of the categories, right?
Insectoids would definitely be either humanoid
Beasts.
or beasts, depending on whether they're like people or not. Yes, if we wanted to go more classic final, like D&D, something like a choker or a dark mantle, which is a weird octopus thing that can throw globes of darkness, but I don't know if it's really intelligent. The choker tends to be, though.
Chimera, yes, we do have Chimera.
We do have Chimera. So. Yeah, I don't think that having half animal bodies would make you into a monster. I think centaur are people. I think centaurs
Yes.
are humanoids.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, Obvious says in the core book, bee people are humanoids.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So currently we're looking at Griffin
Would
is
be
an
a
animal.
beast.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's
beast.
just an animal.
Currently we're looking at brain tasters, our mind flayers. We're
Sphinx
looking
is,
at
sorry, Sphinx is
well,
probably definitely a monster, but it would probably be in book 2.
Rakshasa might be a demon.
Rakshasa could be a demon. Yeah.
Gremlins, if we want gremlins, there's all sorts of places those could go, but I don't know that we're necessarily going in a gremlin direction. A gremlin could potentially be a humanoid. A gremlin could be a demon. A gremlin could be a plant.
Yeah. I'm not opposed.
We have
I'm not opposed to having some sort of like tentacle monster,
okay.
like a carrion crawler-esque thing.
Uh-huh. Is that like an ooze that has tentacles coming out of it though? Like functionally?
Yes and no. I mean,
How many of them do you want?
yeah, I guess that's the problem. An Odiug is definitely a monster.
Mhm.
And if we go to Final Fantasy did have, they called it the Ochu, but it is definitely basically an Odiug. Although this looks like a plant monster, the way they have it written. So
We have a cryptid section, and what exactly the cryptid section is actually going to end up being remains to be seen, but we have 4 cryptids that are currently listed as horse, smiter, sea serpent, and kraken. But
yeah,
we have some flexibility in what exactly our cryptids end up being.
All right, confirming that Ochu was in fact a plant. Okay, thank you. Along with Malboro. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So we did, I think we did from plants, yeah.
Marilith is a demon.
Definitely a demon. Manticore. That's a pretty good choice. That's a weird creature.
Is that like a
I don't know. I think of them. I mean, is it like super intelligent?
Is it a chimera?
Yeah, it could just be a chimera or a form of chimera. But remember, they'd have to share the pixel art, and also we would need 4 of them. So it's kind of yeah.
But do we want the chimera art to resemble a manticore?
Right.
Yeah, that's an option.
No, I agree. It's chimeric. It's chimeric. I think that's a good way to describe it. It's chimeric. Yeah. Okay. I'm down with that. Did we have Medusa or Gorgons as a category?
No.
Do we want to put that in?
Is that a humanoid?
No, because it's got weird supernatural ability. Humanoids don't turn people to stone.
Okay.
They have poison snake hair.
Because we have a cockatrice. If you just want something that turns people to stone, we do have a cockatrice category.
Well, to be clear, like, this isn't D&D. People don't really, turn people to stone anyways. So
how many Gorgons do you want?
So That's a great question, because there's also, do we have trolls? The question is, what I don't know what a troll would be. The game is very clear that a giant would be a humanoid. Could a troll be a monster? Because it's not especially intelligent, but it's also not literally a feral brute. And it doesn't really have any magical spells or abilities, but it does regenerate, which is, kind of a weird differentiation. So the troll doesn't really meet any of the criteria for a Fabula Ultima monster, because it is not quite intelligent. It's kind of gifted with supernatural powers, but not really. And I won't know if you would say that the troll's features are quite bizarre. I mean, it's got 2 arms, 2 legs, So
What
I don't really think it qualifies.
what exactly is a troll within the framework that you're considering trolls? Because I think there's an argument to be made for trolls being plants.
No, it's not. It's not vegetation. It's not a vegetation. I mean, if you want, that would be you taking a very interesting lore spin. But no, I mean, trolls were a form of giant.
Okay.
Well, Shinobi, we would not be naming these things proper names for gorgons. I mean, the whole idea is that they're just generic Medusa that you just rack up and kill. Pumpkin says, I could see trolls as plants. That would definitely be a certain thing. So in the context of this game, Fae would actually probably be demons, by the way. So G Helmet says trolls are sometimes fungal, so plant ain't that far off. All right, I'm not opposed to that. Lollipop says, I could see trolls as plants too. All right, we're yeah, I think trolls don't really easily fit into either of these categories. To be clear, Humanoid says this is a broad category, a catch-all for intelligent creatures who tend to live in communities and rely on tools and equipment. So that's, Humanoid is a catch-all. So, yeah. But yeah. Well, keep in mind, Marcus Aurelius, in Fabula Ultima, an angel would be a demon. So.
Also, Scotty says in the Dragon Quest wiki, trolls are in the demon family.
Right. And that might make more sense if you're kind of going for more of like an Oni, kind of more Japanese mythos type, kind of belief. So.
All right.
Yeah. So.
Let's get back in on monsters.
Yeah. I'm. We could put Harpy, Wes. I mean, I guess the question is, all right, are Harpies quite intelligent? I think sometimes they are. They're not always super intelligent, but
is a Harpy not a humanoid though?
Well, that's my saying. He's arguing that he's saying that Harpy should belong here. So the question is, does a Harpy qualify as being gifted with supernatural powers? And are they quite intelligent? Now, are their features bizarre? Sure, chicken legs, winged bodies, screeching faces of a human. It's pretty weird. I agree. But are they quite intelligent? Are they gifted with supernatural powers?
Also, as far as like the idea of like, oh, a harpy is a humanoid, therefore a feral harpy is a monster, keep in mind that we're naming a family of creature that will have 4 creatures.
Right. Right. Also, doppelgangers would definitely be a monster, but it I don't even know how we would design that in the context of Fabula Ultima. So, right, I'm with Lollipop. I don't feel that harpies are gifted with supernaturals. Wes says they have their supernatural abilities, their charming abilities. We could go with that angle. I'm not opposed to it.
Let's get back onto imagining like D&D cat. Oh, do you want hags?
I'm not a big fan of hags, and even if
Okay.
I was, I think I would put them in book 2.
Okay.
So Kyojin, what category are dumb monsters in? Beasts. If it's a fantasy animal, that's just a feral creature with intelligence, animal intelligence. That's a beast.
Okay. Do you feel like between oozes and brain tasters and floating eyeballs, we have your appetite for aberrations like on
Yes.
lock here?
I
Okay.
agree. Yes.
Then we don't need anything else as aberrant. We don't need any kind of like aboleth, whatever.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Elves are humanoids.
Yeah, elves are humanoids. um. So,
Keep in mind, we're naming a category.
Right.
We're thinking about categories, not specific creatures. We're thinking about categories.
Like, what are we missing? Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
We could just do more cryptids.
I think we said Sphinx would be cool for higher level Globster. I think that was the decision that we made.
Zenbullet, we're trying to like complete our monster section. In our monster section right now, we have brain tasters, which are mind flayers. We have chimera, we have cockatrice, we have a cryptid section that we'll see what ends up going in there, but it's mostly an effort to take like animal sprites and pull them into the monster section. We've got dragons, we've got floating eyeballs, we've got naga, and we've got oozes. And then we need one family category. Clockwork are constructs. Shape
15
changers. We've discussed shape changers, and we're thinking that we probably just don't want to tackle that at Fabula Ultima, just due to the nature of the way that Fabula Ultima.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Chupacabra is a specific creature.
Right.
It's not a category. Displacer
So-
Beast is an option,
Displacer
but
Beast
we
is
would
an
need
option,
to think
but
about,
it's
is that a
so
category of 4
specific.
creatures,
Yeah,
or
it's so specific. It's just such a D&D-ism, and it's kind of a one-off thing. So the question is, right? You have to imagine a world where you're making like 2 or 3 or 4 Displacer Beasts, and it just doesn't necessarily feel like that's going to make a lot of sense.
And the other issue with the Displacer
D&D
Beast.
Sorry, but D&D is definitely an influence on my monster manual, but I guess the question about a Cyclops, Marcus Aurelius, is what makes a Cyclops weirdly supernatural? Or is it just a big humanoid with one eye? There's some question about whether or not, like a lot of things that used to be proprietary for Psych are now in Creative Commons. But also we kind of want to avoid some of that as well, for its own reasons.
With that said, we can do Displacer Beast and just use like our big cat or our wolf art for it. And then if we hit the stretch goal where the art gets customized, then great. And if not, then it's just like a purple cat.
Yeah. So it would be like what? It would be a literal one-off?
Well, we would use the cat art, and then we would put it
I get it.
We would figure out a category that it belongs in, right?
Like what category?
Well, it could go in whatever is going on with our cryptids section.
Yeah, that's
what.
what
Or we could think about what else would go in a. What would we call a category that has Displacer Beast as a monster in that category?
To be clear, I think a Displacer Beast is definitely doable. By the way, it meets all the definitions of monsters. It's a hyper intelligent cat that doesn't exist in our space and time continuum, and it has multiple legs and weird tentacles that stretch out of its back. It's definitely not just a fantasy animal, right? It meets all the classifications of monster.
Awakened Tree is a plant.
Awakened tree is a plant. I mean, we need items, so I guess we could put that in there. Displacer cat or something, displacer wolf or whatever.
Okay, here's what we could do. Dinosaurs are beasts, and we've decided that they are book 2.
Book 2, yeah.
Elementals are their own entire category. Elementals are not monsters. Elementals are elementals.
Yep.
Now, what we could do is, you said that your appetite for aberrations is met, but we could do a category that will eventually get renamed that we'll just call animals with tentacles. And the displacer beast? Yeah, like this kind of like this cursed beast kind of idea. Like probably not Wumpus Cat since we already have the displacer beast, but some kind of dog but wrong.
I don't know. Isn't that cryptid?
And then we can move horse from cryptid.
But isn't that just cryptid?
Into this animals with tentacles section.
But isn't that just cryptid?
Okay, so we can have 8 cryptids.
I mean, that's what people were saying, that cryptids should just be
right.
a longer.
Oh, they were saying that because I asked you, do we want another family or do we want just 8 cryptids?
I guess my question is, remember, mechanically...
A mutated animal is still a beast.
Okay. Mechanically... in fact, actually, by the way, Marxum, the book, the PDF quite specifically says that a beast, quote, while their shape is sometimes twisted by magic, which is another way of basically saying mutated. My problem with cryptid is from a mechanical perspective. Remember, obviously we want to reuse the art sprite, but if the animals, cryptids is just us reusing sprites, that's not an issue. That's fine. But the other issue is families should have a mechanical through line.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can imagine that this isn't 100% case, but like every family would have a mechanic that would be on every single one of that monster. Okay.
Yeah, and I think
mechanical resonance. Exactly, Wes. So the question is, what is the mechanical resonance for cryptid?
That they're confusing and difficult to understand what they are.
So, I mean, like...
Yeah. What Shinobi is saying, cryptids have some sort of mind-affecting psychic confusion effect.
Okay, we can do that. I mean, again, we can make up whatever we want. We don't have to necessarily be behold or begotten to everything that, it is.
We also, the cryptid section was me renaming our sea serpents, where we only had like 2 of them, right? Now, animals with tentacles, I think that we have a really solid category here with displacer beast, dog but wrong, horse, and smiter. I think all 4 of these things, I think it's self-evident what makes them similar to each other.
Wait, why is a horse? Does the horse have tentacles now?
Of course it does, inside of its mouth.
No, this is not. But this isn't a classic auto resonant monster, right? I want everybody. No, it's not. What? Wait. Okay, but it's a gift horse. Oh God, that's so terrible. Don't look into the mouth. All right. Yeah, that's okay, buddy.
Yeah, I'll rename this. In fact, I'll change the horse to gift horse.
Yes, thank you, Pumpkin. Thank you. Pumpkin said it best. We're starting to get into Pathfinder 2 territory here. Yeah, you can't just stick tentacles on everything. That's what Pathfinder 2 does, okay? They just stick tentacles onto everything, all right? And usually make it wear a belt pouch and have a monocle. That's the Pathfinder 2, right, approximation.
No, I'm not allowed. Monocles is roll for combat. I tried to request a creature with a hat and eyeglasses, and I was denied.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Platinus. I literally was about to say that. Don't forget to have it wield a sword in one tentacle and a wand in the other. Correct.
Stephen, monocles are roll for combat parentheses affectionate end parentheses. If I told you that I wanted this creature to have like a hat and eyeglasses, you would have said yes, of course.
You're not wrong.
But someone at Paizo who will not be named denied me my request to put eyeglasses on my monster.
Yeah, so again, I want these things to be resonant, and I want them to be very apparent to anyone who's played classic JRPGs like Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest or D&D, to basically be like, oh, I know what this monster is, and I know what this monster is going to do. And yes, I am relying on self-referential resonance. I am assuming that the people who are picking up this book, now granted, if you've never seen any of these monsters ever before, then, okay, whatever. I guess you're going to have to learn. But if you're a D&D player / JRPG player, if you see one of these creatures, 90% of you are going to know basically, without even looking at the monster stat block, what it does and how it functions. The problem with dog but wrong or gift horse is you will have no idea for that. And you're going to have to rely on the stat block to learn what it does. I am trying to avoid that however I can.
Okay, so what else do you want in this category with the Displacer Beast?
I don't know. Because for example, like the category could be like tentacled horror or something like that. So this is where we could put like the carrion crawler. I think that's
if you
want to
get. What is the art for the carrion crawler?
I don't think we have art for the carrion crawler.
Right, we currently don't. Unless we go back into Beast and we add...
No, there wouldn't be anything that we could add.
No, we would change something in Beast to be something that could be a carrion crawler.
Wes, yeah. Am I going to have to tip $200 for the gift horse? I don't think we have centipede art. No, I don't think we do.
We don't. We could get centipede art by picking something to kick out. Or we could use the lobster as the carrion crawler.
It would require a stretch goal being hit so that they could modify it. But yeah, it's kind of close. It would be the closest.
If we don't hit that stretch goal, then our carrion crawler just happens to look very lobstery.
Which I'm also okay with, because Final Fantasy was very...
Oh, we have vines. That's true.
Yeah, but again, I'm not stitching things together. I don't have that skill.
No. If we don't hit a stretch goal, we could just use our vine sprite as the carrion crawler.
Got it.
Or the cactus. Okay, so are we making carrion crawler work?
I think so.
Okay. Now, do you want to change something in Beast so that we are getting centipede art?
We could have big centipede, because then you could even get like a centipede and a millipede, right? And those could be two different monsters.
Okay, so who do you want to kick out of Beast? We're getting snake. We could use the snake.
Nah, I don't think that's not. Maybe if we were doing like 8x8 pixel art, but I don't think that that's going to work.
Okay.
I was going to say we should kick out chicken, but I forgot.
No, chicken has to stay. Chicken has to stay. We could replace spider with centipede.
No, I think spider.
But then we would lose. Then we would lose the spider.
Yeah, we'd lose the spider, and I think spider is so important.
We have 4 pages of rats. We could try to do some.
We could reduce rats. We could reduce rats if you.
We could try to do some page fussing to make 2
by the
pages
way,
of rats work.
Right, correct. I think so.
Chicken. Chicken is not in with cockatrice because chicken is a beast.
I mean, worst case scenario too, we could always throw we could throw in a mimic type creature. It is very iconic. I don't know what it would be in Fabula Ultima. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have centipede art for our carrion crawler. So now we have animals with tentacles. We have displacer beast, carrion crawler, gift horse, and smiter.
Yes.
And we're not going to worry about the fact that gift horse is our only horse sprite.
You know what? It's a good thing that people are giving me money before this. This is what happens when trolls are in charge. You know what? Trolls don't need to be in the bestiary. The whole bestiary is filled with trolls.
Derek,
yeah,
I ask you for so little. Use AV equipment and my horse.
Yeah,
I ask you for so little.
So, Tabletop Nerd Josh, Mimic would totally be a saboteur, or a hunter, even. The issue is, what, I'd be paying for the art for what, one monster, 2 monsters, but we could do it.
Yes, we can use our horse art also in the demons for the nightmare. So Vin, we did not lose horse. Gift horse is horse. Don't worry about it. We didn't lose horse. We agreed last stream that horses are not beasts. Horses are monsters because they're too intelligent and too ravenous for death to be mere beasts. So it's right here where it belongs in monster. It's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, we're good now.
No, we're good?
Yeah. I mean, we need cryptids.
Oh. But again,
we don't need to define what they are.
Okay.
The cryptid zone there can just be, if we decide that we want to keep the cryptid category, then the cryptids can just remain
I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something I've never done before.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's put a pin on it. Let's just move on. It's fine.
Fantastic.
It's fine.
Let's get back to our elementals.
Okay.
We have 24 elementals right now.
We weren't done with elementals. Okay, so I'm going to put this in here. I'm putting it in. How many monsters are we at total? Do we need this many? Yes, we need this many. The core conceit of the entire book is that we are covering 6 levels of monsters. Okay? 6 levels of monsters, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There are 6 roles, and there are 8 species. So we are going to get a role, a level, and for each species. So 6 times 8 times 6 is 288. That is the goal of the thing, is so that there is a monster at every level, for every species, for every role.
Mm-hmm.
So that is it. Okay. I think we could put something in here I think it is different than the humanoid, which is I think this is where we could put a Titan, basically an elemental giant, just like a big hulking creature, and we can have.
How many of those do you want?
I think we just have one for air, one for bolt, so we can add it to the generic one. Can we do that?
We can.
Well,
but we're gonna need to think about our pages, right?
We will, but yeah. So there was a lot of discussion about the nature of a djinn and whether they should be in there or not. So Kami Turtle, we have air animal, bolt animal. So that could end up being a bird, but we're leaving that kind of open,
Oh, do you want to go air animal small and then air animal big?
Huh. Yeah, I kind of like that. That way, plus it lets us reuse more sprites.
They don't have to be the same animal, but we can just pick from,
No,
like air animal, like a phoenix is going to be high level, whereas
Yeah,
air
yeah.
animal small is probably low level.
Correct. I agree. 2, 3. So is that good then? Because that's 5, right?
How many? Well, we're at 1, 2, 5 plus whatever is in our last slot.
Do we need something in the last slot? Can we make Titan
Well, we can't
and
have
Elite?
5 creatures.
We can if... Oh, no, we can't.
Do you want 2 elites per element?
No, that doesn't work either.
Why not?
Because we'd have 3 regular... Oh, you're saying you're saying if there'd be 6 creatures total. And it would take up 4 pages. Well, I mean... That's tough. It's a lot of elites. But maybe that's okay. Alternatively, we'd have to have 7, but that would be too much, wouldn't it? That'd be 35 monsters.
Well, don't forget we also have 4 bombs.
Right. We could also move bomb. I mean, we put it in elemental. Also, there's one bomb in the core rulebook, so maybe we don't need it. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. Well, if we have 6 and 6 and 6 and 6, that's 30 plus bombs is 4. Yeah, we don't need that many bombs. I think bombs.
All right,
like
3
2.
bombs. Unless you don't want elites. Okay.
I don't want an elite, yeah.
Okay.
Why is someone messaging me this? So for like living storms, I don't really necessarily know what that is. That doesn't sound like a monster. That sounds more like an objective or something like a trap or something that you have to deal with, Not so much, And we already have the moat. So, I don't know that we necessarily need that. So, Shinobi, there was some debate about dark and light, which is like in the core book, there's 5 elements, and then there's dark and light as sort of a separate thing. And like from a design standpoint, I don't want to focus on that. So, regarding resonance, are we trying to answer, does the reader instantly recognize this creature, or does this creature work in a way that the reader can understand? The creature works in a way that the creature works in the way that you would think the creature would work, given your understanding of what the creature is. That's how I would answer that. I like
Okay,
6.
let's think about things that you want in the elemental section where there is one of them of every element versus things you want in the elemental section where you don't actually necessarily need one of each element to be present.
Well, I mean, I think there's even a kind of, at this point, there's kind of a nice. I mean, it's almost like I'd rather. I'd almost rather get rid of bombs
Mm-hmm.
and have 6 categories.
Mm-hmm.
We could do 6 fire, 6 cold, 6 fire, 6 ice, 6 bolt, 6 earth, 6 air, and then we could do 6 for like light and dark or miscellaneous. It doesn't even have to share the same, sprite. And that way it's just 36 straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And we do 6 for each of the 5 core element types, and then we have 6 as, I don't know, we could put some random nonsense in there. I don't know what it would be. But...
How many of these are elites?
Well, I think we would just do 2 then, I guess. I guess the Titan and the big animal would be elites, right?
Okay.
Because we can't do 6 without doing double elite, right? Because of page layout restrictions.
Unless we decided that we're not doing 6. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So what we need then is another category for elementals. So we have a moat. We have a roughly fiery elemental thing. We have a roughly humanoid fiery elemental thing. We have a big fiery titan, which is like a big humanoid, basically. And then we have a big animal. So is there a 6th one?
So like fire animal big, for example, is probably Phoenix.
Correct. Yeah. The reason why there are no orcs, Shinobi, is because orcs really aren't in a lot of JRPGs. Yeah, tabletop, we could put some dark and light elementals there as a teaser for book 2, right? Yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
Do you want titans of those types?
No, because I think that that would be a higher level monster, right? So like,
okay,
I think we could do like 2 and a big animal, right?
Okay,
So that way
maybe. I'm just trying to think about page layout wise what we're doing with these 6, right?
Right. Also,
are we going to have 2 more elites?
Also, not for nothing, but like, I mean, D&D has its obviously its its restrictions, but like, how many generic, monster fodder humanoids do we need? We have goblinoids. What do we need? Goblins, orcs, gnolls. Like, do we need do we need like 17 different types? I don't think so. All right, what were you saying, Jess?
The 6 remaining, does that include 2 elites?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think yeah. So I think the Titan and the big animal would be.
No, I mean in the 6 miscellaneous.
Oh. No. Oh, so for the 6 miscellaneous. Yeah, I think.
Do you want light animal big and dark animal big?
Yeah, and then we would have 2 soldiers. And they don't even necessarily have to be the same. It could be a moat. It could be an animal. I think there's no necessarily restrictions in there. Now, to make the elemental storm people happy, we could, as the 4th category, we have the moat of fire. We could have like a more, it's still amorphous. It's still a whirlwind of elemental energy, but it's not just like a flickering little moat. I'm imagining when I see moat of fire, I'm thinking something that's like level 5.
Okay, level, so we have level 10. Moat of air, air animal small, air humanoid, and then we go like turbulent air.
Right, we go big moat. It wouldn't be an elite, no, because then it wouldn't work for our things. But but like it could be something like an essence or something like
let's go like
vortex or something.
Exploding air, exploding bolt, exploding earth.
Yeah, but what if it's
exploding fire?
But what if it's not exploding, right? Like, what if it's like a sentinel?
Well, but that's kind of like the art is going in a direction of
yeah,
it's like
yes.
if a moat blew up.
Yeah, I would be content with calling it greater moat. I think that's fine, for my purposes, from an art direction purposes. But yes, like the idea is that the moat is this little like, and then like the bigger one is this more like dynamic, corsicating energy unleashed type thing. So if the moat is like level 5, the greater moat might be like level 20 or 25 or something like that in that spec. So, okay. Within that space. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Cool. Hey, Borgie. Thank you for 15 months on Prime. Borgie says, thank you, Jess, for the ass kicking. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
You are welcome. All right, then I think that we have pretty much figured out elementals. Things like air elemental small, bolt animal small, what exactly animals those turn out to be, I think we can leave up to whoever actually ends up writing them, right? Like, we have our palette of the animals that are available, and whoever like actually writes that creature can decide which animal they want, as long as time for me to add a monocle onto the gift horse. Yes, absolutely.
I saw that monocle. All right. Okay, so are we good with elementals then? All right, sick. All right, so we got 2 left. Demons and constructs.
That's right. Where do you want to go first?
I think constructs.
Okay.
So for constructs, obviously golems.
Okay.
Golems, gargoyles.
Yeah.
Maybe like clockwork soldier or something like that.
Okay. Golem. Mechs, yeah.
Yeah, we could do something like that. Like robots, mechs, something like that line. I think
animated items.
Yes, animated items. I like that, Chris. I like that. I mean, that's also something because I literally have already bought that pixel art, and I think I have free commercial access. Is living statue too close to golem? I've kind of always thought that it is, but that's just kind of thing as me.
And also, a gargoyle is technically a living statue.
A digger. What the fuck is a digger? People are saying trains. Look, we got to save something for the higher level.
Trains are undead.
Well, it is a ghost train. That would take the thing. Yeah. So like golems, clockwork, gargoyles. Yeah, those things with giant drills. Oh, well, that would probably be like a clockwork mechanism.
That's an animated item.
Yeah, or an animated item. Well, no, he's saying like it's like a thing with like big drill arms or something like that. Yeah.
How many golems do we have?
I mean, I think we could do at least 4.
Okay, how many clockwork do we have?
I think we could do like 8.
Okay. How many gargoyles do we have?
I don't really think there should be an elite gargoyle. 4.
Okay, how many mechs?
The chat suggested that. I don't know what the difference is between a mech and a clockwork, so.
Well, okay. Imagine there's a creature that a humanoid just gets into, and now they're effectively like the Final Fantasy VI Magitech armors.
Got it.
So this is like a piece of machinery that a humanoid operates.
Got it. Yeah, Chris, you're right. People love mechs. A
forklift is technically a mech.
Yeah. I guess 4 mechs.
Okay, how many animated items?
6 is a weird number. I mean, we could do 6, but it's a weird number. Well, how many do we have here? So that's 20. So we need a lot more. I mean, animated items, like I'm thinking like some sort of like a floating sword,
Uh-huh.
a suit of armor.
Armor.
Yeah,
And let's keep in mind our animated armor can use the same sprite as our like human knight.
right, correct. Um, well, Vin, there's 36 in each species. Every species gets 36. In fact, we'll eventually probably, because again, we want to make sure there's over 300 because we're going to be like, oh, there's over 300 monsters. So some of the
No.
families will get more, but
No.
yes.
Forbidden.
So someone said cannons. We could have just like War Machine. I don't know if that's like a similar idea, but just like, the big animated cannon or like a big animated like artillery piece or something.
Aren't those animated items?
When I think of animated items, I'm imagining like
Okay.
a literal floating sword or like something that isn't, you know what I mean? But I think Vin likes War Machine. Like War Machine is kind of my thing. Now, someone said is a lot of unique art. Chris, so the advantage we have here is I've bought a lot of these packages from Craft Picks, and so I actually already have a lot of pixel art for random miscellaneous items.
Oh, animated puppets? Automatons?
Yeah, automaton. I could work with that. Yeah, I could work with that.
How many automatons?
I guess as many as we need. Yeah. Although, is it automaton and clockwork the same thing, or is that like, do you think that structurally is different?
Do they have the same piece of art?
No. I guess they don't.
Then they don't.
All right. Yeah, I guess
Because...
magic dolls or puppets. I mean, that's kind of, I hate to say it, but it is a JRPG thing. I hate to say it, but puppets are definitely a JRPG thing.
And automaton debatably has the same piece of art as just like a person, right?
Right. It could be. Yeah, that's true.
All right, we're at 32.
Okay. So we've got automatons, golems, clockwork, gargoyles, mechs, war machines, animated objects. Yes, like walking ballista would be something like in like a war machine type thing. Yeah, so by definition, Vin, the core Fabula Ultima doesn't really have any particular fantasy. Obviously, because I'm kind of really referencing Final Fantasy 1, it's kind of fantasy-like. But remember, even Final Fantasy 1 did have a little bit of mecha stuff here at the end, Yeah, a lot of the clockwork could be reskin of monsters and beasts, etc. It just depends on how much we want the pixel art to look different. I mean, none of this is going to matter, right? Because we're going to obviously hit our stretch goal, and we're going to get the money that we need to do more art pieces, right? The issue with this Kami turtle is I have to spend a lot of money every time we make something that's truly, clearly unique to give it art.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea, Quest friends. What about like is like crystals? Is that too close to an elemental? But I don't hate that idea.
What does a crystal do?
Yeah, I guess it's a question. I mean, because you have to give it a mechanical space, but like, yeah, that's the only problem with it.
And let's keep in mind, whatever we're creating as creature constructs are separate from a trap.
Right. Yeah, you must construct additional pylons. Well, you know what, too? Clockwork, yeah. Especially if we can figure out a way to do the pixel shift, clockwork could just be repeating the beast pixel art again, like a clockwork wolf, a clockwork, eagle.
But that is our compensation for the fact that a lot of the beasts are only being used 2 times in Beast. We're not saving anything by doing that. We're just actually getting use out of the Beast art.
No, I understand. But remember, we had a lot more beast art than we thought. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Beast, the section, has a lot of places where, like, we're getting a bat and we're only using it 2 times in Beast. So in order for that bat to actually get used the number of times that it needs to be used, we do need to be reusing beasts and elementals and reusing beasts and clockwork.
Correct.
So the fact that clockwork is kind of like a freebie within constructs doesn't mean that now we can make a construct that is just a 1 of 1 because we didn't have to order anything for clockwork.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially as long as we can figure out a way to shift it and or tweak it to make it look, distinct.
Yeah.
What is an obelisk? I mean, I know what an obelisk is, but isn't that just like a standing stone plinth?
Yeah, this like obelisk or Tesla tower, I think those are traps. I don't think they're creatures.
Yeah, but they could still be something that you fight. I don't hate that idea. Like, is there something to be said about like an inanimate object? I don't hate that actually.
Is that a war machine though?
Oh, I guess well, I guess when I was thinking of the war machine, I was thinking of something animated. Yeah, like a static object. Yeah, something that doesn't really move, But it is a trap. It is a dungeon feature, but I could see it being in a fight. Yeah.
Evil doors.
Yeah, so they have like a doom wall in the bestiary, but it's like a super mega boss where like the wall goes, like across the across the screen. But yeah. But in Final Fantasy IV, aka Final Fantasy II, so Final Fantasy II America, Final Fantasy IV-J, there's this one dungeon where you fight these fucking evil doors, but they're basically mimics. But I don't know if it's really a construct. But a war machine could be crude, but considered a construct. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Hear me out. Well, never mind. Don't hear me out.
Okay. I won't.
I was gonna say we could have a category that's just like chess pieces, but
how many chess? You're just gonna like find free chess pixel art?
No, we would get art made, but
Okay, so if you're getting art made, then are you getting a piece like a rook made and you're going to use it a single time?
No, I guess not. I guess you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I forgot about the whole restriction of needing the art. I forgot. Oh, I understand. It would be really well. Yeah. Chris, we don't need to support techno fantasy. Actually, we don't have to. I mean, the core book doesn't support high techno. The bestiary doesn't support techno fantasy. I mean, it's kind of a generic conversion. But animated chess category. Chess category sounds sick as hell.
Animated chess category is just doing Homestuck.
What is Homestuck?
Let's move on.
I mean, I guess my point is we're supporting techno fantasy, high fantasy, and natural fantasy by not supporting techno fantasy, high fantasy, and natural fantasy. We're just making monsters from Final Fantasy 1. And Final Fantasy 1 kind of touches on everything. So that's what we're going to have, There's also the potential that we could just do a full supplement for just techno fantasy. But I think it's generic to go in all three. Thank you, Lollipop. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, FF1 and Chrono Trigger get you all three. I agree.
Okay, so we've got animated items. We've got automatons. We've got clockworks, which are going to be clockwork animals.
Right.
We've got gargoyles. We got golems. We got mechs. And we've got war machines. Now, we only need 4 more.
Right.
So 1 more category. Oh, wait, actually? Where do you want elites? We don't need 1 more category. Which of these categories do you want elites in?
Oh, right. We do need some elites.
We might need 1 more category, but let's think about elites.
Well, we could have
golem,
an elite golem.
Okay, so I'm gonna for now take us down to 3.
Yeah,
golems.
but now we need more.
I know.
War Machine.
For now, we're going down to 3.
So War Machine definitely needs an elite, just because War Machine is literally a monster that's like an elite from the thing.
We got people saying they want an elite gargoyle.
Sure.
Okay.
But now we need more.
I know, but we do need to place our elites regardless.
All right. Well, now we have 3 elites, which is our
Uh-huh.
10%. So we're good.
Okay. Now let's think about, is 3 the number of golems that you want?
That's probably reasonable. I mean, golems is one that we can put in both Volume 1 and Volume 2, right? We can have
Yeah,
like,
okay.
clay golem, stone golem, and then we can have like
Yeah.
adamantine golem or whatever,
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, Quest Friend, we went back and forth where Frankenstein's monster would go for. I think we settled with undead. But
Yeah.
the argument could be, I mean, like flesh golem could be a golem, but it's kind
But
of
we put it under undead. There's a space for it there.
Yeah, there's always been a little bit of a weird situation there,
Yeah.
So now how many do we need?
Well, now we're at 29.
Okay, so now we need 5 more. So we
Which
probably
is a
need
weird number. We'll probably need more elites.
No, we'll probably need like a 3 and a 2.
A 3 is an elite.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Also,
That's
we
fine.
need to get to 36.
Do you think is like Scarecrow enough of a category? I feel like that's a very unique thing that kind of appears in a lot of JRPGs as like an animated Scarecrow. It's kind of a blend of everything, but it's very specific, I don't know. That's one idea.
I'm going to tell you, we're not, I think we need...
You think Scarecrow is close to popping?
More or less elites right now, because I don't think we can do a 2.
Well, delete whatever you need to delete.
Well, no, what I'm everything right now is 2 or 4 pages is the problem with adding 2 creatures on a 1 page. There's nothing to go opposite of it.
Oh, I see. Got it. Well, yeah, shit. Let's take a look here. War mech. Iron Golem. We kind of have all this locked in. Stone Golem. I think this is like the robot.
Do you want an elite animated item?
Sure. Or an elite magic, like a Magitech thing or whatever.
Oh, yeah, whichever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that Amano art. Yeah. We could go Street Fighter style, put a car in there. I think we could skip that. All right.
All right. Now we need 2 categories of 4.
We need 2 categories of 4. All right.
Yes.
I like the
to expand something.
No, you know what? People said it, and I was against it. I think I like obelisks.
Okay.
I think I like it. I like obelisk. I'm pro obelisk. I'm going to use that as the generic like inanimate object.
Yeah.
That kind of like it's like a Tesla coil.
Yeah.
Type thing.
Okay.
So I actually, I've come. I'm now Team Obelisk. I've come around to Team
Excellent.
Obelisk. I think
Excellent. Okay. Obelisk it is.
I like that.
Okay.
Or like as a core, like a reactor type thing or something. A plinth.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. So somebody go, what is score for one for the obelisk? Yes, exactly. 15 inside. Okay. So question, what is a construct? A construct is artificial beings animated by the power of souls, often crafted by mages, scientists, or mages, alchemists, or scientists. Examples include gargoyle, golem, and magitech soldier. So that's what we get. They're immune to poison damage, they're resistant to earth damage, and they are immune to the poisoned status.
Okay, so I don't know that everything we're doing is animated by souls, like the obelisks.
No,
might
it
or
is.
might not.
That's more of a Fabula Ultima thing, which is that everything has a soul type thing.
Yeah.
It was.
But I feel like the difference between an obelisk and something else that's going on here is that the obelisk is what you want it to be, the inanimate object.
Yeah.
So maybe it's powered by souls, but it doesn't have to be animated by souls.
So here's an example, right? Arcane lantern, the clatter clown, basically like a puppet, a marionette, whatever you want to call it, a gargoyle, and a magitech trooper. Do we have? We could just put in a magitech. Do we have a magitech category?
We have the mech section, which was the kind of like magitech.
So here, let's change mech to magitech, like a magitech trooper or magitech soldiers, and bump it up to whatever we need, because we could literally put whatever we need in there.
Okay, so you want seven magitech soldiers?
Yeah, and that way we cover a lot of ground with the techno fantasy people, and we could put in, 6 and an elite.
Okay, construct's done.
So I think the idea between War Machines and Magitech Lollipop is Magitech is like more of a person type thing that is, like whatever. A War Machine is like a big cannon, with
a War Machine is a catapult. A Magitech soldier is a Power Rangers Zoid.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So yeah, mech and I think there's a nice overlap between mech and Magitech soldiers and War Machines. Like there's enough of a space there to figure it out. But what I like about 7 is with 7 I can just put in, right? I could put in a hunter, I could put in a brute, I could put in a sentinel, I could put in a mage, I could put in a support, I could put in a saboteur, and then we could pick one more as an elite to sort of really highlight the Magitech, difference.
All right, it's demon time.
So I think the idea, tabletop nerd Josh, is that the Magitech is fuck those Magitech shield guys. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? That's exactly right. The difference between a Magitech and an automaton is like a Magitech is more of like it's a person but animated with like magical technology, and an automaton is like literally a robot. All right, demon. It's our last one.
An automaton is an animatronic the likes of which you would find in Disney World, like Abraham Lincoln animatronic is an automaton. He's not a Magitech soldier.
Automaton. All right, so here's the thing. Automaton. But here's the thing. Demon. Remember, it's very tempting to go to, number one, high-level stuff. But remember, we're doing a second book. So this has got to be low-level demon stuff. Secondly, just for everybody, and I'm really only going to try to say this once, so please pay attention, because I know a lot of people ask this question. Okay. Demons are incarnations of legend and beliefs. Despite possessing a body, they are not truly alive. Some may even reincarnate when slain. In the spectrum of Fabula Ultima, an angel would be a demon. A fae might even be a demon. But remember, we want things that are generic, that can cover a lot of ground, and, that we could do this. Well, we have animated items, Dan, not so saying. Also, we would need to do a different item. So, that is what a demon is. So, with that in mind, let me bring this back here. Okay, so with that in mind, I think we got to put in imps. I think we got to put in some sort of like what I think the book calls like a hecdize. It's a evil demon. There's one in the book. I don't know if we necessarily need one. I'm just spitballing these ideas. Some sort of devil type creature, like a horned devil or something like that. your classic devil type creature. Whereas the imp is more of like a tiny flying little thing with a tail or whatever like that. We could have Oni. We could have hags. We could have some sort of demonic creature. We could put some sort of fae. I like how Jess has demon just written right across her face. So as an example, in the core rulebook, for demon, they have a imp. They have a lightning wheel. Born from the fears of travelers, they ride around inside a large wooden wheel. Weird. A shadow howler, a echidna, and that's it. Those are the 4 examples that we have. So now, again, the question is, number 1, they should be a good villain. So I don't want to put angels in there because how often are you fighting angels? Now, Self-Confessed Cynic says, man, those are shit. Self-Confessed Cynic, I tend to agree with you. I don't think that that's a great list. I think the Thunder Wheel is definitely a Japanese thing, and I respect that. So I agree. Imp should definitely be in our list. But other than that, I think we can cover a lot of ground here. So I agree. I don't think they're great examples. And I also don't think they're entirely very remnant. The point is, demons are for stuff that has sort of a religious or mythological or, it's a creature of, an incarnation of legend and belief, as they say. So we could put in...
Remember, when you start suggesting things like, oh, there should be succubi, remember the question, do we want 6 things with the succubi art? Yes or no?
Right. At minimal 4, right? 4 would be like the minimal. So we could put infernal beasts that could cover our nightmare and hellhound, and we could reuse.
Yes.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Good. Perfect. I mean, 6 succubi sounds fine to me. And then Wes says the more succubi, the better. Now, I told this story the other day, but quick story time. I did have a wizard in 3rd edition D&D, and his only goal... where the hell's my 3rd edition characters? Okay, so we got our 3.0 PHB. Now, some people may know that there's a spell called Planar Ally, and Planar Ally is a cleric spell where you actually reach out to your deity and you request that they send help, and you can get an angel sent to you or whatever. But there is also a spell called Planar Binding. Planar Binding, as lesser planar binding, except that you may call a single creature of up to 16 hit dice or a number of creatures whose hit dice total no more than 16. Well, the good news is that in the monster manual, the succubi had 6 hit dice. So that meant that if you could get planar binding, you could summon and bind 2 succubi to your will. And I had an entire character who his entire adventuring goal was just to get high enough level to be able to cast that spell. For reasons, use it to your imagination. Anyways. Now, was I 18 or 19 years old? Yes, but anyways.
Yes. So
okay.
We have a goopy lemur type of demon. I agree. We can use our ooze art again.
Yep.
Imp, I assume you want like 4 imps, 3 or 4 imps.
Something like that, yeah. Something like that.
Infernal beasts, we'll do 4 of those.
Yep.
Let's think about the art that we have elsewhere that we want to reuse.
I was also, I said, I was 20. I made this, I made this a point. I don't mind having like a boogeyman category, or like some sort of like shadow man or something like that, or something like that.
Is that a different thing from the undead?
It is, if it's more of like somewhere between like a fae and a demon and some sort of like weird shadowed creature,
Okay.
I feel like a fallen angel wouldn't be low level, guys. I think a fallen angel would be high level.
Mm-hmm.
And we have like so like I don't know what we call him, like Shadow Man or something like that.
Do we want? Oh, what was I about to say?
Can hags go here?
Do you want hags?
Do we want hags? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know.
Do you want some kind of like sleep paralysis demon, or is that what your like boogeyman is?
Yeah, it's kind of like what the boogeyman thing is. Yeah.
Okay.
Just going over to my Final Fantasy breakdown.
Yes, consult the sacred text.
I will consult the sacred text. There's not so much here in the demon category. I mean, yeah, we got the horned devil. So I think we should have some sort of devil category.
Okay. Is that what your sleep paralysis man is?
No, when I think of a devil, I'm thinking of more like from a D&D perspective. I'm thinking of more of like well, not Batazu because that'd be too high level. Like a Cornigon or a.
But how many times are you using that art? Or are we going to get a devil art?
Yeah, I think we would get devil art.
Okay.
And it would just be sort of a generic, like if I look at the Final Fantasy 1 devil art, you know, it's just like this. Jesus Christ. Nobody should ever use these free wiki pages. They're so horrible with the fucking advertisements. Anyways, you know, that's the pixel art from Final Fantasy. Yes, that Kami, I like that. Conceptually, the devils are more brutal than the more tricksy kind of imps, you know. So that's a great question. Should we have an Oni category, or is that something that should be for high level? You know, and are we putting Jin here? I don't think we should, but we could. I mean, they're definitely creatures of myth and legend in that respect.
Oh, that's true. We can use our gargoyle art.
Yeah, that's not bad. I like that. We don't have ogre art, Shazbot, but yes, we could in theory reuse it.
Faye, what do you want for Faye?
I don't know. I'm not a Fae expert, and I also hate Fae, and I've also gone on record as saying I hate Fae. So I'm the wrong person to ask about Fae.
Okay, so here's the thing. We've got our infernal beasts where we have our nightmare that is a horse.
Right.
Our Fae section is also a place where we're going to put the Kelpie that is our horse. And then in addition to...
What the fuck is the Hat Man?
Oh, that's your sleep paralysis demon.
No, I thought it was supposed to be like shadowed.
Yeah, like it is.
It's a family.
The Hat Man. The Hat Man is a classic Tumblr post.
Oh, okay. I don't know Tumblr.
One second, I'll send this
to be clear, I am fine with Fae being a category. I just don't know what Fae we should put into that category. And again,
sorry, it's a tweet. It's a tweet.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm gonna find.
I think we're skipping trolls because no one can really figure out a good place to put them. Quest friend. Maybe we'll put them in the high level book. I don't know.
Okay, here I'm gonna send this to you. You can put this on the stream so that everyone can see the Hat Man.
It's just a tweet.
Yeah, it's the Hat Man.
But it's just a tweet. It doesn't even make sense.
Okay, don't put it on the stream then. That's fine.
All right.
Now you understand the Hat Man. I understand the Hat Man. Let's move on.
There. That's. You ever get so tired you start seeing spiders? Me, after I take 17 Benadryl and start seeing the Hat Man. The who? Oh, this is not a safe space suddenly.
Yes. Classic tweet.
This is why I don't have social media. All right.
Okay.
I feel like that
Abyssal Chicken. Yes, that'll go under Infernal Beasts.
Beasts. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I've defended the Hat Man. Let's get back to Fae. So we've got the Kelpie. We've got the Cat Sheep. We'll use our cat sprite. And then we've got something that we'll use the elf sprite.
Red cap, or like that could be even like the goblin sprite.
Goblin or dwarf.
Yeah.
We'll use the red cap sprite.
Yeah. People like the red cap. That's good.
And then we don't have to. Oh, Fae Knight. Yes. Okay. So how many Fae do we want? 8? 7?
Well,
so we can have
I
elite?
I think Fae could be a bigger category because it's almost like a subspecies within it because there's really no place in Fabula Ultima for Fae, and we can kind of break these out. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of the classic demons are going to probably be higher level anyways, so. There's less depth. There's less extraplanar monsters in the monster manual than you might originally think.
The Kickstarter goal for getting Dared to take 17 Benadryl and meet the Hat Man.
No, I'm no Hat Man for me, please.
Any new sprites for Fae? I don't think we need any.
Yeah, Imp was the first one we put in, Hardrick, for the demons. We've got imps, Fae, infernal beasts, devils as sort of just your more generic like I'm an evil guy with a pitchfork and wings or whatever. What else can we put in here? We've discussed things like Oni, just a generic category.
Do you want an Oni category?
Or and I know you put the Hat Man, but this could also be a category. It could just be boogeymen.
Okay.
In that respect, I mean that's literally an example that they give in the book, which is the boogeyman. All right, we're doing that from infernal beasts. Clowns, yeah. Infernal beasts could also be a larger category if we really want to make good use of stuff. And then there's that question of, do we want to put Jinn in here or not?
Right. Tell me yes or no on Oni and yes or no on Jinn.
What is an Oni? Isn't that just
it's like the Japanese word for demon.
Isn't that just a Japanese demon?
Yes, it is. Correct.
So I'm kind of like, obviously it's the traditional like ogre-like creature with the, People want clowns and demon? No, come on. No.
A tiefling is a humanoid.
Yeah. I think we could put hags in demon.
You want hags?
I want hags. I mean, we need to come up with some stuff, right? We need 13 more, so so with that being the case, Tengu.
Tengu is a humanoid.
Is it though? Isn't it supposed to be kind of like isn't sort of like a creature of legend and myth or something like that? But I don't know enough about that. Hag would probably get its own pixel art. Yeah, I think so.
Do hags have an elite? Who has elites here?
Devil could have 2 elites. Devil could be 6. I think there's a lot of room for that.
Okay.
And we could even potentially do like 2 different sprites of art besides just gargoyle. Potentially, if we need to get 1 art made, it's not the end of the world. But I think
gargoyle is coming from elsewhere. We can also just do
I'm just saying, like I think a lot of people are going to go to the demon species and they're going to want to find, your traditional bearded devil. What the fuck is that fucking devil called?
People are asking about Kitsune.
are you fighting that? Is that like one of your go-to monsters that you need to fight all the time? I mean, we're already stretching the boundaries of reality here by including things like abyssal chickens. So, you know. I was trying to think of the Chain Devil West. That's exactly what I was thinking of. The Chiton. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you wanted Cenobites?
The fuck is a Cenobite?
The Hellraisers.
Oh.
Have you seen Hellraiser?
Yeah. I don't really
Okay,
like...
the Pinhead is a Cenobite.
Yeah, but why would I put that in there?
You were asking about Chain Devils.
Oh, no. No. Balrog-shaped demons are... Well, Balrog demon is going to be in the second book if we ever make it. This is like low-level stuff. Bone Devil, that's an Osuluth. That's like more mid-level, high-level. I mean, Bone Devil could potentially be in that like level 30 range, but yeah. What else are we missing? I'm looking at this Final Fantasy IV. Let's go look at... Again, I just don't know, like, how often, the idea of this is just to have, like, a go-to, quick, easy monsters that you're going to be randomly fighting. How often are you fighting fox spirits in your RPG? That's the only reason
And also, how many times are we using that fox spirit sprite?
Right. A Hell Needle. What the hell is that? I know. How about we see all these advertisements? Oh, that's
we have cat sheet.
Yeah, I think Hag does a lot of heavy lifting there. Yeah, I don't know. I think we could. I think we could increase Infernal Beast. I think we could probably get a lot of.
Is there an elite Infernal Beast?
I mean, there could be 7. Yeah, and we could have an elite. Remember, the idea here is that we want absolutely generic, basic stuff that you can just fight, without any preamble. Elite is about as strong as it gets. Like, I don't know that the Fey Queen should be a monster. That sounds more like a champion, a boss, a villain.
Okay.
It doesn't really sound like a, run of the mill type thing. Like, we could call it like a Fey sorceress or something like that, but I don't think we should call it a Fey Queen.
I just,
No, I understand.
Fey Lady.
Yeah,
Fey Lady.
Fine.
Something that we could use the Dryad art for.
I understand. I think we have Hag in here, right? Yeah, we have Hags right here. We have Hags. So we got 4
I'll
Hags.
move Hags up. We're not alphabetized yet because we're still messing around.
Right. I mean, what is a Cambion? It's just a tiefling, right? Okay, yeah. So, well, mechanically, 15 insight in the game, an elite is just a double strength soldier. A champion is a monster designed to take the place of 3 or 4 or 5 monsters, and is essentially a solo or a near solo creature. So, additionally, champions get a separate list of abilities that they can pull from because they're kind of designed to be like, a singular point of threat. They also get double mana, so they can tend to have a lot more, powerful abilities and spells and all that other stuff. An elite is really just like a strong soldier. A soldier is just, and in a normal fight, you get 1 soldier monster for every PC. So if there's 4 PCs, you have 4 soldier monsters. And elite just takes up 2 of those spaces. You could, per the rules of the game, technically have a champion 1 or champion 2, but I've never seen that, Lollipop. I don't think anyone's ever built that, and certainly nothing in the game has ever been that. The lowest I've ever seen is a champion 3. But most of the time, a champion is like a champion 4 or something like that. But
Don't forget we have a centipede.
okay, I don't know. Hell centipede? What is that? What you're
I don't
trying to
know.
tell
I'm
me?
just saying if there's a demon you want that is like centipede shaped, or if you want to
Oh.
use the dragon somewhere under demon, or the naga. We have a zombie.
I mean, we could kind of like, take some artistic license, like, if like, could we make like could the Naga be, be like its own thing and whatever. Senric just tipped $200.
$200. Make the succubus happen.
Make the succubus happen. Okay. Done. Okay.
Now, do you want the succubus to be
its own category?
No, are we filing it thematically under boogeymen, under devils, under fae? What is your vision for the succubus?
Well, I'm suggesting that if we're going to have a pixel art for it, we should make it its own family. Like we could have we could have a succubi tempter, a succubi a blood drainer or like lust drainer, and then we could have a succubi something else,
Okay.
And then they could all share the succubi mechanic, and they'll actually be its own thing.
Sure.
Panic Satanic, that is exactly right. This is the most bottom-up way I've ever seen of building a setting. That is exactly right. This is the Derek way of doing things. It's the bottom-up way of doing it. Vin agrees it should be its own family. So there we go. We can add succubi, especially since we now have the art paid for. Remember, the main restriction on making things its own family is the cost of the art. To put it into perspective, if we were to make each of these monsters have their own piece of art, it would cost me $57,000 just to get the art done. So I can't do that. That's probably more money than we'll make from the whole thing entire. So I can't afford that. So that's the reason why we have to sort of, structure this in this way. Hey, thank you, Maurice. Appreciate you stopping by. Head to bed, catch the VOD tomorrow, and thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. Zipper Fist. That is, I got that quote from several people, including people who order thousands of pieces of art, and everyone agrees that is a very reasonable amount. Depending on what I want done with the pixel art, I might even be a little bit undershooting that. So we'll see. Yeah. I mean, I'm not suggesting this, but there's a reason why everybody bitches about, AI, and then nobody wants to pay the money for expensive real art because it is expensive and it takes a long time. Oh my God. Glicker just said, this is painful to watch. Please.
We're getting things done.
Yeah.
We're almost finished this outline. Okay, how many succubi are there?
Well,
is there a succubi elite?
That's a great question. I mean, there should be 2. Should there be 4? Or should there be 3?
Should there be 4?
4 is a lot. But we do have the art, so I mean, there's a part. No, 3. 3's fine. We can have 2 and an elite sounds. 2 and elite sounds good. 2 and elite sounds good.
Okay. So now
we need 1.
We have arrived at a place where we are at 35 demons.
Right.
So we need to resolve that.
Okay. Make the Infernal Beast 8 and nothing is elite.
Okay. Oh, there you have it. We have 36 creatures in every category.
All right. So we'll do a quick rundown. Now, again, remember, this is just putting it just enough to get us started. Things may change. We might get great ideas. People might be working on something, and we come up with a new idea. And again, I also fully expect that we're going to get more good ideas than this, and that's okay because
And
I
also,
do want.
Zen Bullet, I wouldn't say that we're actually a week behind schedule, because when I said that I wanted to get the outline done last week, I thought that there were going to be fewer families. I thought that there was going to be 6 families for every category, and that deciding families was going to be much more straightforward.
Gotcha. But eventually I want there to be over 300. So there's going to be room as we go through this process. No, Jess, there will be for 100%. I can't say that there's 280. There will be over 300. Yes.
No, we have over 250.
No, it's over 300.
It's over 250.
No, it'll be over 300. So, anyways, I'm convinced and content that we will get. It could be part of a stretch goal. Maybe we could add a couple champion monsters or something like that, but we'll be over 300. But anyways, so we have beast, we have bats, birds unspecified, cats. We have cats. There we go. Which includes 2 in an elite. Centipede. Chicken. Crocodilians. Crustaceans. Fish and or piranha. Or, it's just some sort of evil fish. Lizards. Octopus, or it could be a griffin. Sharks, snakes, spiders, rats, and wolves. Now, beasts by far had our most different types of families, but we felt like that was okay because beasts are just a go-to in every game, especially at low level. You fight a lot of just random animal type things, and we've been, as you noted, found a way to reuse these arts a lot in different ways. Constructs. We have animated items. Automatons, clockwork animals, speaking of reusing those pixel sprites, gargoyles, golems, magitech soldiers, inanimate objects, aka obelisks, and war machines. For demons, we have boogeymen, devils, hags, fae, imps, infernal beasts, which again are basically just like evil demon animals, succubi, and then for elementals, we have motes, small, animal humanoid, greater moat, big animal, and titan. And we have that for air, for bolt, for earth, fire, and ice. And then we also have a grab bag of light elements and dark elementals. For humanoids, we have a handful of dwarves, a handful of elves, a bunch of goblinoids, which is basically the whole goblin family from goblin to hobgoblin, potentially even bugbear. We have generic kingdom monsters, wizards, knights, the whole 9 yards. We have some ninjas. We have some nomads or wanderers or desert type people, however we want to artistically go with it. It'll be pixel art, so there's a lot of leeway. Bandits, outlaws, pirates. Pirates and ninjas represented. And then lastly, we have monsters. We have weird animals with tentacles, brain tasters, our legally distinct mind flayer, chimeras, cockatrices, cryptids, dragons, of which we have a shitload. But you know what? It's a monster manual. And if there's one thing that I've learned from Stephen Glicker, it's that dragons sell. That's why he has like 5 dragon books. Floating eyeball, weird floating eyeball beholder / evil eye stand-ins. Nagas, oozes. Plants. We have cactus monsters, carnivorous plants, dryads, flowers or trolls. Portofellows are mushroom people. Gourds, as in sentinel squash and mage pumpkin or something. The nasty pile, that's sort of like the decaying, rotting flesh type thing. Topiary monsters, again, reusing some of our best beast art. Treants and vine-like creatures. And lastly, undead. We have fleshcraft monsters, ghouls, mummies, shades, skeletons, a lot of skeletons, spirits, vampires, wights, and zombies. I don't know. Sounds like a pretty good list to me. Covers a lot of generic things. If I was rating a bestiary, I would be like, okay, show me the skeleton, show me the zombie, show me the wolf, show me the plant monster, show me the dragon, show me the weird tentacled creature, show me the ninja, the pirate, and the knight. And this is 288. And again, there's going to be room for that. We can go. You guessed it. You saw it. Over 300. Over 300.
288 creatures.
Over 300.
No.
Or it'll be a stretch goal. So it'll be like, look, if you want to keep Jess happy, it'll be 288 and we'll say over 250. If you want to see Derek happy, it'll be over 300.
Skeletal dragon, that's just a skeleton with the dragon model.
Yep. Vince says it has to be over 300, and I couldn't agree more.
No.
Now, as far as, and we're going to wrap up here, as far as, oh, look at that. Look at that. The man himself. You need over 300. That is the magic number. It says roll for fucking combat.
Okay, yeah, before we wrap up, let's count our sprites.
Okay, great question. All right. So now some of these are going to get, whatever, but
and some of them we also haven't filled in yet. Like
bat, bird, cat, centipede, chicken, crocodile, crustacean, fish.
Okay, but don't include count chicken separately.
Well, no, we'll just add them up.
Because chicken's already paid for.
I know, but we'll subtract snake, shark,
Okay.
spider, rat, wolf. All right. I'm not gonna count animated item.
We might not be getting a crab anymore because our crustaceans might just be lobsters now.
Right. Now for automaton, we're gonna reuse the art, right?
Yes.
So clockwork animals, we're gonna reuse the art, so I can skip that.
Yes.
Gargoyle, golem, Magitech soldier ? Maybe.
I think we need to get
Obelisk.
art for
Yeah, I think
Magitech
so.
Soldier.
Boogeymen. Devils, I'm going to mark it just once because I think we're going to reuse some art, but we're going to make some new art for other ones. Hags. Fae is mostly going to be remade art, so I'm not going to click it.
That's all reused art, yeah.
Okay. Infernal Beast is all reused art. Succubi will obviously get its own art, but we will be subtracting that one. For elementals, we are going to need a moat. We're not going to need an animal. We're not going to need a humanoid.
Greater moat and Titan.
Moat and Titan, yeah.
Yeah.
And that should be it, right? Because those get repeated. Yeah.
Yeah, that's everything.
And then dwarf, elf, goblin. Kingdom.
Well, there's goblins and there's hobgoblins, potentially.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get it. And then I'm
and
actually
then
going to
kingdom.
Yeah, I see what you're going to do here. I'm going to say knight, noble,
wizard.
and wizard. Yeah, and then
wizard is being used various places. Knight's being used various places. Noble is being used various places.
Yeah. Okay. And then I can see that this here we're going to go bandit, but I'm not going to repeat the wanderer and sailor, and I'm not going to repeat that. And okay. And then these are all repeated. That's new. That's new. The cockatrice, I think, is a repeat of the chicken.
It's a chicken, yeah.
Cryptids is a repeat. Dragon is a new one. Two-headed dragon would be a new one.
Yeah.
Floating eyeballs, naga, ooze, plant, portoffellows, that'll be subtracted. There we go. Nope, topiary is not being used. Those are going to be reused. Treant, vines, fleshcraft, ghoul, which is a zombie, mummy, shade, skeleton, knight, skeleton, dragon, wizard getting reused. White, reuse. White, zombie. Okay. Right now we're looking at 62. And my goal was 50. So that's actually not bad. So we're 12 over, minus the 3 that people have sponsored. Or 4 that people have sponsored. So I think. So that's actually 8 over. So that's actually not bad.
And keep in mind that you calculated your number based on having 6 families of 6 creatures. Correct.
Yeah. Which ones were tipped for again? Chicken, lobster, succubi, and portoffellows. The mushroom people. So It's possible, Samuel. Yeah, we may end up being able to just use that art and whatever.
The art base will be thoroughly filled in once we determine mostly just what we're naming the base, right?
Right.
Like,
now, to be clear, the base pixel art, right, is, let's say we've got okay, thank you. Let's say that we've got 60 pieces, okay? At $200 a piece, I'm just rounding up here. Oh, Google Sheets is so terrible. There we go. What is going on? Oh my God, I hate Google Sheets so much. All right, so that's $12,000. Holy shit, is Google Sheets terrible? I can't believe people use this.
I just wanted to be able to both edit the file.
I understand. Why is this defaulting to British pounds? What kind of world do you live in?
That's probably because a lot of the time Canadian English isn't an option, so I have to select British English.
Yes. So, it's absolutely fine. Hey, this Agile Monk said, spreadsheets are us. Use Excel, please. Well, no, yes, Agile Monk. I love Excel, and I don't like to cheat on Excel, and Sheets is a poor thing. But we do have, we're able to collab on this, so that's where it does come up in handy. So that is true. Although Microsoft can't do that as well, but I'm sure Jess doesn't have Excel.
If you wanted to set up the file, you could have set it up in whatever way you preferred.
No, you did it. I respect it. So, but thank you, Agile Monk. I've seen past another $200. What creature was chosen? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Add up the hit points of all the monsters and advertise it as over 1 million hit points worth of monsters.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's actually kind of a good idea. Now, Agile Monk says, Jess, I will buy you Excel. The problem is you can't really buy Excel anymore. Now you have to get the Office subscription. But anyways, Office.
If I knew that Derek was going to be so fussy, I would have used Excel.
Now, So let me reiterate this here. The Office 365, which I think is terrible, by the way. That's why, by the way, the Excel I have is really old. Okay. All right. Well, then Agile Monk, send me a message on how you do that. I didn't think you could do that anymore. But anyways, if we have 300 monsters, that means that, right, 240 monsters are going to have to take those, right? So we're going to take those 60 pieces of art and we're going to have to modify them to be the other ones. That might be a palette shift or tweaking a little bit. The idea is that Derek will be doing that more or less himself, because I do not use Photoshop. So I will get the full layered file from the artist, and then I will be palette shifting it and changing it. And again, if you look at the thumbnail, you'll see a great example of where they did this, right, with the
wolves, I think.
With the wolves, right? So, as an example, we would have, you got, these are all the same art, pixel art, and it's literally 3 color tones that are used to do the art differently. So this is actually pretty easy to do. That's the goal. Now, as a stretch goal, I'm not sure what this is going to entail, but as a stretch goal, if we make enough money, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire an artist to, say, do our wolf sprite, and that's going to be $200, and then we might be reusing that wolf sprite, version B, version C, version B, version D, version E, version F. I would be doing that. But if we reach a stretch goal, I might go to the artist and say, hey, for an extra $40, will you do a more professional, palette swap and or add some extra actual mechanical elements, not just a palette swap. Now, that suddenly takes our price up to $400 instead of $200. Now, I don't exactly know how much that's going to cost us. It depends on the breakdown of the creatures. But my guess is that would take our art budget, say, from or art budget cost from 12,000. My guess is going to be to somewhere around 25,000 plus. So obviously that means that's coming out of my budget. So we need to make more money for us to do that, because obviously if we make $26,000, if we're paying $25,000, that doesn't leave a lot of money left over to do everything else. So that's the goal roughly. I don't know, to figure that out a little bit, but now we'll never be able to afford individual pixel art for each one. The only way we're doing that is when you guys literally donate to get a new pixel art made. Other than that, we're trying to do the most we can with the limited resources that we do have. Because I'm very afraid, one might even argue PTSD, of somehow ending up in a situation where I take a bunch of people's money and I end up having to pay out of my own pocket. And not only do I not make money, I somehow lose money, and I cannot physically afford that, and I will not be that guy that doesn't deliver. So I'm being extra cautious. So, but again, you guys are being amazing and awesome, and I really support the hell out of you guys. And Senric, Marksum, Scotty F, Klopster Roll, Haldred the other day. You guys are doing an amazing job. You guys are giving me this little bit of runway that I need so that we can even get this project started. I can maybe do some initial commissioning, get some suggestion of artists to work with, review their portfolio, get some initial stuff, and then we can make our preview so that when we do launch the Kickstarter, people can kind of get a sense of what we want to do, assuming we raise the funds. All right.
Yeah. So very last thing, since we hit our goal for the Kickstarter preview art fund, let's talk really, really quickly about what creatures do you want to include in the Kickstarter preview?
I mean, I think it should be ones that are actually, very representational. Skeleton.
Yeah.
Goblin.
Yeah.
That type of stuff.
Okay.
I think we would probably do 3 families. Is what I would probably suggest.
So like skeleton, goblin, and then maybe one of our plant families.
Yeah, something a little bit more strange or unusual. Yeah, I could see that.
Like our dryads or our treants.
Yeah, it could be like treants or something like that, or even maybe like
the nagas,
nagas,
or the oozes.
Nagas
or oozes. Yeah,
definitely. Everyone says definitely the chicken.
Oh yeah, for sure, the chicken and the cockatrice.
Yeah, the chicken and cockatrice. Yes. You know what? I mean this actually with love. That's actually kind of a cool idea because we can show how we're reusing the pixel art.
I don't think we should preview the dragons.
No,
because I think people are there. We need to make sure that the designs that are being previewed are locked in and good. Right. And that we are enticing people to support the Kickstarter based on how great our preview creatures are. And I think that to make dragons really sing, we're going to need more time to fidget with the dragons compared to having them ready for the preview.
Skeletons, I mean, I could almost pull these out of my ass right now. It's just, that's like such a classic, easy monster, and it's just this sort of thing. But like, for like the dragons, it's like, I think there's going to be multiple iterations, and probably some play testing to make sure that they actually work. So, yes, exactly. We want the face of it to be very basic. I want to showcase people, not a bunch of weird monsters. I want to be like, hey, do you wish that you had a brute skeleton, a hunter skeleton, a mage skeleton, a sentinel skeleton, a support skeleton, and a saboteur skeleton for your Fabula Ultima game? Here we go. That's great. Is there going to be a stretch goal to give all the creatures ingredient drops a la Delicious in Dungeon / Wilderfeast? No, Shinobi, but top secret tech, what you guys don't know, is that while I was in Las Vegas, I was renewed in my vigor to want to create my completely unappealing to anyone Wilderfeast mega game. And this project should it succeed and we actually, I'm able to make some money and have enough runway to continue to do this enterprise full time in through 2027, this will also be inadvertently funding the creation or work on that Wilderfeast. As someone, I think it was Golda Cat, so eloquently said, the Fabula Ultima, creature catalog, aka to get fucked. the fuck. The Fabula, to F you, the CC, the Fabula Ultima Creature Compendium, the fuck. Anyways, so yes, so if I get fucked, then I will have the money that I need in order to finally take a step back and create this incredibly complex, holistic system mega game that will be played by 50 people. So yes, so you are a vote for this is a vote for that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Jess, this is great.
Yeah, I feel like we made fantastic progress.
I mean, this is more progress than I've made in 5.5 years of doing this channel. So yeah. I mean, that's pretty good, all things considered. Namaste. No, listen, it's even more. It's yes, get fucked. That's correct. Correct. Obvious. I was you know what? Part of my inspiration, Jess, was our Oath games.
Yeah.
At NightCon.
That inspired you to create a bestiary?
No. For Wilderfeast, for how I want to change.
Okay. Yeah.
How I want to change my mega game. Yeah.
Okay.
The bestiary is this is just a means to an end, and the end is the Wilderfeast game.
Yes.
All right, everybody. Well, obviously this was make sure to advertise the lack of orcs. Like, again, how many generic low-level humanoids do you need? I guess that's my question. Like, and if you could tell me what would make an orc substantially and meaningfully different than some goblins or a hobgoblin, okay, we could talk. But until I get that proposal, I don't see the difference,
Also, if orcs are so necessary, then let's just replace hobgoblins with orcs.
Right. I mean, yeah, we're already doing a different piece of art, so we could do that. I mean, right. You know what? If you feel that passionately about it, orcs can be yours for $200. There you go. That's that. Yeah. You get to make that decision. And you know what, too? By the way, potentially, I'm thinking now, since we have this list, I think when we launch the Kickstarter, we can include, these are the planned families of monsters. So you can actually see, now we don't have them all designed yet. We only have 2 or 3 of them designed. That's what the preview is. But you can actually see the monsters that you want to say. And then we can have a high tier where it's like, hey, if there's a monster here and you don't see it and it's generic and you want it, back at that tier and we'll put it in.
And that is the only condition under which we will go over 288 monsters.
Yes, there you go. Boom. There you go. Which means we definitely will.
But
see, look, Stan said it. Yes, Stan.
The thing is that tier needs to be more than $200 more than the lower tier, because Kickstarter is going to take their cut, and we have to have made it a good deal to get in early.
Absolutely. No. I mean,
This is the Kickstarter is the, like, buying the book before the book is available. This is buying the creature family before the crowdfunder. And so these are the tiers of discount that are available to you. If you get in the subterranean basement instead of the ground floor, then you can get your creature family for a mere $200.
Correct, exactly. Right, yeah. By being part of this, you are getting in at the bottom. Yes, correct. The advantage is sitting through,
getting in the basement.
Right, this is the bottom basement.
Even before the ground floor.
We've
dug down.
Right. This is when the that band was still performing at open mic night. Right. You are in they haven't even done a headliner, but so
I'm really slumming it in this band.
Right, you're correct. No, it's just like a real band. It's like, what are you paying me in? Used AV equipment.
Yes.
I have a couple old Gibsons and a
Yeah.
Strat that I can give you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'll take it.
I have no idea, Lollipop. I'm really bad at both numbers that when they have a dollar sign in front of them.
Yeah, I don't think we can commit to what the tiers are going to be yet.
Correct. I agree.
This is not Derek or I. This is neither of our expertise, so we can't commit to what the Kickstarter tiers are going to be.
Also, yes, I mean that's what this tonight's goal was even about, Stan, is to be able to have enough money so that I can commission a couple of creatures to use as a preview and just to kind of give something to put up on the Kickstarter.
Steven knows what it's like to work with me.
I think he means me.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm already a known quantity. Whatever chaos I brought to this stream, Steven knows whether or not that is my normal level of chaos.
Yeah, he says the tiers are the last thing that you do, right? Because part of the tiering is going to be me backing into that and figuring out, like, okay, how much money, because again, if we don't reach my goal is going to be the number I actually need to make this book, and do it. Like, I'm not risking, again, losing any money. So I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm setting the goal at $5,000. And then it'd be like, guys, we funded in the first 48 hours and whatever, and then we end up getting like 15,000, and I'm like, well, I'm fucked. I'm not putting myself up into that situation.
Lollipop, yes, my horse was definitely chaos reduction.
Yes. Yeah, because the horse isn't.
I had to create an avatar for all of my chaotic impulses to funnel all of my chaos into, and the horse contained all of it.
Yeah, I don't know, Wes. It depends.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to depend on what artist Derek finds. It's going to depend on what kind of cut Kickstarter is going to make. It's going to depend on a lot of things.
Right.
And then,
also too, again, I'm completely pulling these numbers mostly out of my ass, because remember too, now we have to print, and a lot of the printing decisions depend on, right, like printing one book is almost as expensive as printing 100 books. It's almost, you know what I mean? So it really depends. I mean, obviously there's a catch to that, but like as you print more books, the cost per unit comes in much lower. It also depends on the quality. Like originally, right, we weren't even going to print, and now people are saying, "Oh, you got to print." And now people are saying, "Derek, are you going to do a collector's edition?" I mean, this is your first book. I'd love to support it. You should definitely do a really cool art, get a full cover, hardcover book. I'd love a hardcover book. Yada yada yada. So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made for there. But the truth of the matter is, while costs might be something that I can figure out, I have no idea. We know that as it is right now, I'm estimating that it's going to cost me between $12,000 to $15,000, assuming no stretch goals, nothing like that. It's going to cost me somewhere around $12,000 to $15,000 to do all the art. It's going to cost me another $5,000 to $10,000 to pay people to help me put this together, and then there's going to be the fees. That means that at maybe $25,000, I make $0.
Yes.
Which is cool. The book is done. I didn't lose money. But it also doesn't solve the other problem, which is, I'm trying to do this for economic purposes as well. But
so
the fact
the Kickstarter
but I have no
funds,
idea.
Yeah, the Kickstarter funds at the amount of money that it takes to produce it. And then we need to add on top of that a certain cushion that we would ideally like to make just in case costs go up. And then on top of that, Derek needs to make some amount of money. And then on top of that, once Derek has made some amount of money, is going to be how much will it cost to get the different sprites done, and then we'll have to have another like buffer of, okay, now Derek can make a little bit of money again, and then the next stretch goal, so that we can so that we're not just meeting the stretch goal and now Derek makes $0.
Right, exactly. We reached the stretch goal and now I make $0. And Roll for Combat, who obviously has infinite more experience than this me says, based on the numbers that we've been throwing out here, his back of the, his expert is about 40K to make zero money. So there you go. So I was off by 15. So the issue is, okay, how much for you and how much for you and how much for me? Okay, what do I mean by that? What I mean is when we reach a stretch goal, it's because money went up. And now I'm spending more money. The question is, if let's use Steven's math. At 40K, it funds and I make $0. Let's say the first stretch goal is at 70, so plus 30K.
Yeah.
And you get something else, better art, whatever. Of that 30K that we just made, how much of that money am I putting in my pocket and how much of that money am I spending back to make the product better? That's the question. Is it 50-50? Is it 2-to-1? Is it 5-to-1? Is it I'm making $1 and I'm putting $29,999 back into the product, right? So there's a financial calculation that I also have to do, right? And try to figure out, not to sound harsh and brutal about this, but like how much money do I need to make? How much money do I want to make off of this product? And how long do I need that money to last? I mean, Roll for Combat does like 2 or 3 Kickstarters a year. I don't, and I won't, So, even if I did another one, it could be another 18 months, 20, 2 years. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
So there's this,
Yeah, we need to consider if we're looking at 40 and 70, then the difference between being at 69,000, where Derek makes $29,000, and 70,000, where now Derek makes like $10,000.
Right. So I don't want to be rooting. I don't want to be rooting financially against my own product. Be like, oh, I hope we don't reach that goal because then I'll be fucked. That's not a good place to
exactly. We need to make sure that we're not
right. And yes,
the stretch goals. We can't lose the ability to make money by reaching a stretch goal.
Right. Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. That is very much par for the course with me.
Yeah.
And to be clear, if it was just about my, bills, mortgage, grocery bill, I wouldn't care. But the fact that this is going to allow me to create Wilderfeast, I don't know, guys. I might have to put the dollars. The dollars might have to actually come first because I'm like, look, I need to make that done.
Also, if this is successful, if we have like a positive proof of concept that I can wrangle Derek, then we might be looking at, I know that people are interested in me wrangling Derek on Shadowdeep.
Oh, yes. Shadowdeep, right.
And so we'll see how this turns out and if this is successful and if this is profitable, because creating a bestiary book and creating, as much as Derek doesn't want to call his Mega Dungeon an adventure product, creating an adventure product.
It's not an adventure product.
Creating adventure products is much more complicated than bestiaries. Bestiaries is the easy zone. Adventure products are the most difficult category of product that you can be creating.
Plus, let's call it what it is. If I make Shadowdeep, which is a mega dungeon for Shadowdark, there's going to be a number of people who are going to come into the Kickstarter and or the Divine Stream and say, are you going to convert it for 5e? They're going to say that. Or PF2.
Yeah.
And that's a big fucking question. As much as I think Shadowdeep is a ton of work, I think what's even more work is this idea of would we convert it and how we would convert it. But that's chickens and eggs and horses. But because if we do it for Shadow Dark, Stan, we're kind of doing it for Deathbringer. That's kind of the whole point of Deathbringer, is that Deathbringer is sort of backwards compatible with Shadow Dark. But we can figure out the costs. What I have no idea, and I mean this with all my heart, I know I have an incredible and amazing and really supportive audience. I also know I don't have the 150 or 160 or 100 and whatever 80K subs that Professor Dungeon Master has. I don't have the quarter, a million subs or whatever that or million subs or whatever that Ginny D has. Okay, so I'm a much smaller creator. I have
And also
no idea.
keep in mind that collaborating with me, I bring 0 audience to this venture.
Correct. So I have no idea if I'm going to get 200 backers or if I'm going to get 2,000 backers. I literally have no idea. I don't know of my core audience, my patrons, my subscribers, people who watch. I have no idea what % of them are going to back, and I don't know at what level. And I have no idea how much this is going to reach to the wider Fabula Ultima audience and how much they are going to engage with this. I mean, now I've talked to people in that community. I've talked to the creators of the community. I've talked to, Nico and Pedro. I was hoping that Emmanuel would be at Gen Con. He was not. But so I'd like to think that they would be interested in this product and they would back it. But at what level? Who the hell knows? And it's such a small and niche market. I don't really think you can even do any sort of real research in that respect. And also too, Fabula Ultima is not Shadow Dark, and it's not Pathfinder 2, and it's not 5th edition D&D, and it's not any of these other things. It's not OSR. If you just stamp OSR on your product and you re-release, BX D&D for the 500th time, right? You're guaranteed at least $250,000, right? But I'm not doing that. If I was smart, I would just re-release this book. I would call it like Old School Ultimate or something like that. OSU, go Bucks, and that would be it. But I'm not doing that.
Thank you all very much. I'm glad you're all so fond of me. But
see, we're way better than that RFC channel.
You are in this stream because you watch Derek's streams. I have a segment of Derek's Patreon supporters who are very fond of me and who like me very much, and who perhaps if I did my own Kickstarter would be interested in my work. But you are not separate people from the audience that Derek already has.
Right. And not to diminish Jess, but the sad truth is, in the RPG sphere these days, people don't care about authors. They care about, influencers, right? And so, it's much more likely that some influencer who has no idea what they're doing can, make money on a game rather than, some dyed-in-the-wool true, designer and developer. So, but yes, obviously my community is a pro Jess community. Going back to the very first time that she dropped the hammer on. For those of you who don't know, by the way, the way I met Jess.
Yes.
Jess, would you like to describe this?
Okay, so back when Derek was doing his all Pathfinder 2 ranked streams, his Pathfinder 2 spells ranked and blah blah blah, he was doing his Pathfinder archetypes ranked. And after he posted his one where he did D in the alphabet and did dandy, I watched the VOD so that I could see what he was saying about me and my work.
Right. To be clear, you only watched it because you wanted the internet validation.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to see what was being said about the dandy.
Because you designed it.
Because I wrote the dandy for Pathfinder 2 Advanced Player's Guide. And so I went into this VOD. I think I probably skipped ahead to the dandy. I probably didn't watch the whole thing. I'm not sure. I might have watched the whole thing.
All right.
It's been several years.
It's been many years.
I watched this. I saw that Derek, for his All Archetypes ranked stream, was categorizing things as either mechanical archetypes or flavor archetypes. And he put yes, I did win the PvP against Derek live. That's correct. So Derek had put the dandy as an A tier flavor archetype.
Right.
So in the next stream,
which to be clear, let's also stop real quick. That alone is an accomplishment, okay? Because getting an A from me, remember in my ranking, S tier is not good.
Bad.
It's overpowered. It's a problem. So A tier is actually the best that you can do. And most of the archetypes got C's and D's. So I gave her an A. I didn't even know who she was, but I gave her an A, and that wasn't good enough for her.
Right. So he put it in A++. but flavor archetypes.
Right.
So I found him in the next stream that he was doing where he was moving on through the archetypes. And I came into the chat and said, hello, I would like to relitigate the dandy. And Derek said, I'll relitigate the dandy for you if you tip. And I said, oh, okay, I'm not going to do that. And then someone in chat tipped for me on my behalf so that we would relitigate the dandy. And then I presented my argument as to why the dandy was a mechanical archetype and not a flavor archetype, because it engaged with the skill mechanics of the game and the social encounter mechanics of the game. And Derek got cornered into moving it out of flavor. Derek moved it. Yes. Tipping on someone's behalf is such a KLC thing. Yes, correct. That's
really
also why once I joined the Discord, I said that can someone use their silver tickets to add Ferb House to the first look queue? And I was, I believe by London, given 100 silver tickets so that I could add Ferb House to the first look queue. So Ferb House is now on the first look queue.
To be clear, the first look queue hasn't moved. The first look queue hasn't moved much because Stone Top has been draining all the air from that for a while. But no, but you know.
So I came into the chat. Somebody tipped on my behalf. We relitigated the dandy. Derek moved the dandy out of flavor archetypes into mechanical archetypes.
Yes. Now,
and that is how we met.
I don't know if the dandy was the one that made us make the flavor axis. Now, Zen Bullet, what I did say at the end of all archetypes ranked is that I wish, well, you know, very like tongue-in-cheek, but also serious, but also not serious. I said we should go back and re-rank all the archetypes, because what I said I should have done is ranked them as an XY and ranked every archetype both on its mechanical robustness and strength and its flavor. And instead of assigning them to one or two categories, I should have said like, oh, this mechanic or this, you know, the dandy has great mechanical structure in interfacing with the social mechanics that do exist within Pathfinder 2, but it also has a strong flavor component. Or it maybe has a weak flavor component or whatever, you know, the case may be. And there's definitely archetypes that we think, you know, are better at this. So I do think that we should have done that. And we could also have done the same thing, I think, honestly, with the spells as well. Oh, it was Lollipop that sent it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Yes, and of course, if you have golden tickets, you get to jump the line and go to the front of the line. But yes, no, I mean, Jess made a very valid argument, and I'm not one of those creators, you know, or toxic people who can't be told I'm wrong and back down and change my opinion. Now, if you might say, Derek, you never change your opinion. Well, that's because most people don't make a good argument. Just did. All right, Agile Monk. With a super chat says, take it from me, Derek. Folks will talk big and claim they are supporting and buying your stuff in public to sound cool, but in reality, will do zero. And you know what, Agile Monk? I am very aware of that, which is why I do not want to count on any chickens, and I don't want to assume, you know, anything. So, you know, I'm being very cautious, sir. I have definitely taken advice from you and from other folks who've gone through this process, and I've taken it to heart, which is to say I'm being very cynical, I suppose is the way I would say, cautious, right? I'm not wearing my heart on my sleeve. And, you know, people like Jess are being very like, don't scope creep. And I think that's really important, you know. Self-confessed, and we never covered PF2E again. That is blatantly not true. We still continue to cover Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I will freely admit that by the end of I look, and I'm just being honest here. My love for Pathfinder 2nd Edition was fairly brutalized by covering every spell and archetype because of how bad they were for the most part. Like it kind of ruined me. That being said, after we did all archetypes ranked, it was done. It was over. Well, now it might not be the longest stream, but previously the longest stream we ever did was 6.5 hours, and we did the kineticist, and that came after that, and I covered that. So, you know, just saying, I did continue to cover it, but it is true that the all archetypes ranked and spells ranked did break me, and it broke me for two reasons. One, because I thought I was like, oh my god, this is so much of this is so bad, and then secondly, because of how much white knighting and fanboy and fangirl standing that the PF2 community, like the fact that they, as a majority, outside of my community, obviously, but like how much people hated me for doing that and not giving everything S tier. And they're like, how dare you? It was like, how dare you? And I was like, because this is not good. I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, it's fine.
Spells in particular are a very difficult design space.
I wasn't trying to say anything bad about the person or the designer. I'm not saying it's hard or easy.
Yeah.
I'm just simply saying, like, and to be clear, I think part of the problem with Pathfinder 2 is that there's some stinkers for sure, but there's also some spells that are just, quite frankly, too good.
Mm-hmm.
Heal is just too good. Moment of renewal is too good. Like there's just spells.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised that was the way that you left those streams feeling, though, because it's such a difficult design space, and because it's such a difficult design space, that means that ultimately what comes out of such a difficult design space will be things that are, But like I avoid, to the best of my ability, writing spells for PF2. The only spells I've ever written for PF2 were in Rage of Elements, and it's because I had to accept a couple of spell sections in order to reach the quota that I had to write in order to get my name on the cover.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been a question of getting my name on the cover, yes or no, I would have declined those sections because I just find spells so frustrating.
But it's also just even taking a step back, and Zen, she can definitely expand on that. But I'll just say that the other thing about it is I am very painfully aware that, spells and archetypes, like, they just represent so much. I always talk about people like Mark always talks about depth and breadth, right? And like the complexity. And I always talk about as like two different things, which is like complexity, and I talk about complexity and I talk about complication, right? And complexity is this idea of depth, right? Maybe the rules themselves aren't that, there's not that many rules, but man, there's just, a minute to learn, a lifetime to master. That's what I call complexity. Complexity, I think, can be a good thing. In fact, I think it can be a very rewarding thing. Some people might call it depth. What I call complication is where you just have like, hey, here's 600 things, each with its own section and text and paragraph. And there were so many spells in Pathfinder 2. And it's like, man, you are just adding word count and page count and just bulking out these books. And so much of it is just not needed and so bespoke and weird and unique, and it's like, why is this in the game? And it just makes the game seem much more intimidating than it is, feel more complicated than it needs to be, and yada yada yada. Shinobi wants to know what makes Zen Bullet wants to know what makes spells hard.
It's basically what Derek just said about spells. In order to write a spell, you have to be aware of every spell that already exists. There is no deeper level of hell than needing to read every single spell in the game in order to know where there is open space where you can like till your soil and create a new spell. Because there is no way to know that the spell that you are creating is new unless you know everything else that already exists. And locating that void in the design space, when the design space includes so many things, is such a pain. When I was writing water spells for Rage of Elements, I thought I had identified an empty space, and I spent hours fiddling with the wording and figuring out exactly how I wanted this to work mechanically so that it would be the cleanest possible to make a spell like create water, except that you are changing the terrain of where you are to be an underwater area so that you are forcing a combat that would not normally be underwater to be an underwater combat. I thought I had identified an empty space in the game. I spent hours fiddling around with the rules language to pin it all down to get the spell written, and then it existed in the back matter of an adventure path. It was slightly different. It was like a
Right.
cone
But not
instead of a cube or vice versa. But it was a spell that turns the terrain into an underwater terrain, and it was in the back matter of an adventure path. And I had wasted hours writing
just
this
like that.
spell.
Just like that, Glicker Outshines who says, I don't see what the problem is. Just ask Mark. Hey, has anyone ever done this spell before in any TTRPG game ever? And then you just get the answer from Mark. There you go. That's the solution. Just have encyclopedic knowledge of every single Pathfinder 2 game, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Agile Monk, I will say, you know, that is the reason that my like, for example, in a perfect world, Agile Monk, I'd be like, guys, we're gonna get art for every monster. That'd be really cool. And I would build that into my goal. But I'll be honest with you, Agile Monk, I don't think I'm gonna do that well, like in that respect, that I can afford that. So I am actually building in this idea that, you know, times are tough. People don't have the money that they want to have, you know, unless you're putting in a bunch of STLs and plushies and dice and stuff. You know, I don't see. I'm making my decisions based off of an assumption that, you know, it's not going to be a home run. If it is, awesome, but I'm not putting any, you know. Yes, it doesn't help that Mark also is married to Linda, so she also tends to know about everything, you know. Well, that's the issue for me. I mean, Fermi says, don't underestimate the whales out there. Fair, but the way that we're structured right now, Fermi, I don't really have a whale tier. Right? A lot of these Kickstarters...
You're going to create the tier where it's Derek Melinda Professional GM, where you run Fabula Ultima for the people who back that tier.
That was discussed, but we never committed to that. That's
this is what you should do. It'll be either at a convention or online. You're not going to travel to this person. It'll just be if you and this person attend the same convention, you can do it at that convention. Otherwise, it's an online game.
Yep.
And this is going to be your very expensive tier, and it's going to have a limited number of people who can back it.
No, I understand. But I'm just but that alone is that is anti-whale. Like, because like if you look at like the whale tiers in these things, like they sometimes are the top performing tier, and not in total dollars, but in total backers. Like there were more people that backed the ultimate version of Fabula Ultima's bestiary than there were that backed the normal version, which is crazy.
Walfirst Wizard tip $2. We all know the only spell that you need is one that summons walruses to drop on your first but cannot target pineapples.
That is oddly specific. I guess it's supposed to be Mark's Walrus's Wizard. I don't even know what that is. Well, thank you, Marks. But yes, that does sound like something that would be that would sound like something that would be a PF2 spell. But yeah, like oh yeah, Arcane Mark's a great channel. But to that point, Agile Monk, how many people follow Arcane Mark? How many people follow Mike Underwood? How many people follow Mike Underwood? So few. You know, and it's crazy. How many people? Now again, it sounds like I'm a hater, and I'm not. I'm just saying. Mike Underwood's out there talking about Daggerheart, and people aren't watching, you know, them talk about Daggerheart, but they are watching Zach the Bold or whoever the fuck talk about Daggerheart, and it's like, okay, you know, hey, you could go get gaming lessons from, you know, whoever, but instead you're going to get it from XP to level 3 or Ginny D or whatever, and I get it, you know, it's you know, it's disappointing, but whatever. Mr. Rixitsky says, I'll probably never play Fabula Ultima, but I'll back it just to see Shadow Deep done. So there you go. So yeah, I have no idea where it's going to, you know, where it's gonna land and where it's gonna fall out. So we'll have to see what it is. And as far as like the tiering, right? Like I said, you know, Fabula Ultima with their bestiary, Legend of Evantris with Neon Odyssey, Deathbringer, you know, jean jackets and vinyl records, and you know what I mean? Like, you know, respect to the man, but you know, Steven didn't make that up. You know, that's him just reading the tea leaves. You know, that's just seeing the odd. And we've all seen that image from the Neon Odyssey Kickstarter, where it's like there's like 2 books, like or 3 books, like at the top. It's like a huge. It's almost like a poster-sized image. It's like it takes up like a phone, and at the top there's 3 books. That's the game. That's what you're actually backing. And then everything else is just like plushies and dice and pins and buttons and minis and STLs and more minis and and it's like, man, it is just a bucket of junk.
Oh, you know what? I agree. $1,000 tier. It's just the book, but it also comes with a handwritten thank you letter from Derek.
Yeah. There you go. But written on my Wacom. Thaddeus says, yeah, that's what they did with Crooked Moon, which is what won Product of the Year at the Ennies. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. All right. Yes, there you go. Sign in blood. Now we're talking. There we go. All right. I'm going to go. So
Derek Melinda bathwater when?
Yes. Again, we have the cameras. We have the technology.
Yeah.
I have the audio. This week, we are going on Thursday. I've told my patrons, but we are going to have Eli. I don't know his last name. Sorry, Eli. Less than a month away from Dungeons and Cabins. Yay! I just saw my email from Sammy Glicker. I saw Glicker and I thought it was from Steven, but no, it's from Sammy Glicker.
Oh, Steven in chat right now says that $1,000 tier, I do an illustration and you do a thank you note. I wonder what kind of delay on their book people would be willing to tolerate in order to get their book signed by both of us.
I'll share with you guys. Actually, I just got this email. I was sleeping after my red eye. I said, hey, Eli Nineman, he's one of the designers for Hackmaster 25. I said, that'd be great. I go, as far as the stream and the prep, it really goes down to what materials you have available. He is supposed to be on the show on Thursday. And then Eli said, how much do you know about our previous editions of Hackmaster? This is where no one is ever used to dealing with people who actually know everything about these games. We are down to go as deep as you are interested in going. It sounds like Dave, as in Dave Kenzer, is available to join from Germany, so I'm looping him and Jolly Blackburn in as well. And David says, if you are flexible on time, a few hours earlier would be far more convenient for me, assuming he's in Germany. So it sounds like Thursday we might be doing a slightly earlier stream, but we might be able to get David Kenzer on to talk Hackmaster 25. So, anyways, stay tuned because we might have a little bit of a schedule change, but yeah, we should be good. So that should be pretty good. Oh, there we go. The PC like Roll for God was like, you don't sign the book, you signed an art plate and all this other stuff.
I have signed books.
I have
signed book singular.
I have many signed books, but I got them signed by the author in person. With them in front of me. So there you go.
I had my representative get my book signed.
Unfortunately, I do not have any books signed by Gary Gygax. Unfortunately, I do have my player's handbook signed by Dave Arneson, which is particularly ironic because he didn't write this book. But well, I mean, they got fucked by TSR because of that. And I asked him if that was okay, and he said that's fine. Oh.
I have, which I had my representative get signed for me.
Oh. Fancy pants.
Yes.
I have a lot of stuff signed, but only one thing signed by Dave Arneson. Nothing signed by Gary Gygax, unfortunately. All right. Well, that's pretty sweet. What is that book, though?
That's the 5e Planescape.
Is that the collector's edition or something?
Yeah, it's a collector's edition.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure you do, but do you have one of these? She's just like got it like on her desk or something like that. Uh-oh, we're going up. Up. The C920s. Oh, wow. Oh, shots fired. Wow.
I am strong.
Wow, that's a flex.
Strong.
All right, you know what? My my epeen is significantly reduced. I have nothing to compete with that. That is a full set of AD&D Second Edition Planescape box sets. That's like Blood War, and that's like the Plains of Law or whatever, and all that other stuff. Oh, that's hot. That's good. God, Second Edition box sets were so good. Yeah, that Thaddeus says that might be the first time I've seen Derek completely outflexed in terms of his TTRPG books. Yes, Jess Peen greater than Derek's Peen. Yes, that's correct. Jess's Planescape Peen much larger than my Planescape Peen. That is actually 100% accurate. Man,
You were asking me before about my about this. Do you remember?
Oh, right. You're framed.
And you were asking me why I have a framed Dragon magazine, and I was telling you I don't have a framed Dragon magazine. I have the color proof that was printed in the Paizo office to make sure the colors of the cover were correct of my RK Post Lady of Pain Dragon magazine cover image.
You know, I've met RK Post a billion times because I think there was like a period of like 5 years where he went to every single Magic the Gathering tournament to do like tokens.
During the period in high school when I played Magic the Gathering, I specifically collected RK postcards.
Very nice.
I absolutely love RK Post's work. I used to have when the Apocalypse set came out, there was a dangling spinner with the, I think, Avatar of War.
Avatar of Woe.
Avatar
of War. Yeah.
There was not one of the, maybe not one of the avatars. There was a piece of art by RK Post for the Apocalypse set that was
we're being tipped, so hold on a sec.
Thaddeus tipped $5.
Thaddeus,
thank you to Jess for outflexing Derek.
Thaddeus tipped $5. Thank you to Jess for outflexing Derek.
You're welcome. I also have the Beetle and Grimm tin.
Oh.
That the Beetle and Grimm Planescape came in. I don't have the Beetle and Grimm Planescape set. I have the tin because I have a friend who got the Beetle and Grimm tin, but the tin came dented right here.
Oh.
And my friend emailed Beetle and Grimm customer service and was sent a new tin, and so I got the dented tin from my friend.
You know, listen, it's there's no pain, no gain.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then of course I have my Lady of Pain Lego. Which I got from the Lego store in the Mall of America.
Which my friend went to for the first time. I've never been to it, and he was in Minneapolis to visit his wife before he went to Vegas, and he was like, "Oh my god, dude!" He was like, "It was crazier than I even thought it would be." And maybe kind of want to visit it. So, somebody asked if RK posted the cover art for Alternity. I don't know. I don't know where my Alternity books are.
Anyway, there was a spinner thing that spun from the ceiling. It hangs from the ceiling and it spins, and it was to advertise the Apocalypse set. And I got the people who worked at the card store near me to give it to me after the next set after Apocalypse came out, because it had the RK Post picture on it. And that was decor for me for a long time.
Mr. Rosinski wants to know Mr. Rosinski wants to know, what is the best Planescape source book?
Okay.
Now, before you answer,
yes.
I'm assuming we can't just say the core book, right?
Right.
Okay.
The core box set is excellent. Planewalker Handbook is not my fave. I like it a lot. I would say that the top two are Factual's Manifesto and In the Cage Faces a Sigil.
What about the Great Modron? No, I'm just kidding. Man.
Those are my top two. And then what is What's in that Beauty and the Beast looking container over there? Yes. This is Ramdy. Ramdy is in a prison because Ramdy is a thief and a liar. And Ramdy must be contained at all times.
What the hell is what am I looking at? Is that a dispel die? No one knows.
What?
I don't know.
Does
I
this
assumed
look like a die to you?
You know what? If it was a dispel dice, yes. Pumpkin says, "Can we do a Planescape stream with Jess? Since the RSG stream, she got baited into only talking about Dark Sun."
Yeah.
Thaddeus says, "Damn, free my boy." Is that? Should I know what that is? Is that something?
No,
From
his
Nerd?
name is Ramdy. I told you.
Jess is holding it up for longer, as if that will help us possibly understand what it is. It's like, well, it's right here. Duh.
It is right here. You can see it. The container, you can see through the container. Like, don't pretend you can't see him in there.
I mean, I can.
Yeah, so what's your question?
What is it?
His name is Ramdy.
No,
He's in prison.
You are being deliberately obtuse. What is it? Oh, is it a Furby?
No, what? Does it look like a Furby to you?
Self-confessed, it looks like a blob with gray smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is an awfully complicated piece of crap to have.
There's his little face. You see his little face.
Yes. See,
and that's his body. And
this is why
he's a liar and a thief, and he belongs in his prison.
This is why I only have books behind me, okay? That's why I just have books behind me, okay? I don't have tchotchkes and other weird stuff.
All right. Does anyone have any other questions about my background?
No, I think we're good.
Do you want to see, do you want a skull tour?
Yeah. Oh, this is sick. All right. I got to email those guys back. I feel bad because they didn't. I slept because of the red eye, and then I had this, and I didn't email them back. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go. We'll be back later this week with more with Hackmaster. Again, potentially with Dave Kenzer, maybe Jolly Blackburn. We'll see. Well, Thaddeus, they are obviously promoting their Kickstarter, which is why they want to do this. I mean, I did say, do you want to talk about what it is? And he said, how much do you know about previous editions of Hackmaster? We are down to go as deep as you are interested in going. So, I mean, in terms of how much are we going to discuss and to cover? I mean, I assume they want to talk about the play style of it and, what's changed and what updated, why they made those changes. Where do they see the game? I mean, for me, I kind of want to understand, do they really think that people play their game? That's really what I want to know. That's what I really want to know. So yeah, there you go. I mean, I was going to say, I was like, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually send him a picture. I'm going to take a picture of my book, my bookshelf, and be like, I don't know. I have this is just a chunk of them. There's way more of them. I'm like, I have all of the Hacklopedia of beasts. By the way, not bestiaries. No. Hacklopedias.
Yep.
This is Hacklopedia.
Branding is important.
Yeah. And obviously that's from Hackmaster 4th edition. Obviously they're on 5th edition, and now they're doing 5.5, or what they're calling the 25th anniversary edition. My favorite book, of course, remains and continues to be, of all time, The Combatant's Guide to Slaughtering Foes, driving your enemies before you and hearing the lamentation of their women. This is the fighter book. All right, everybody. I will. Add to book. I mean, obviously, I'm on a moratorium for Kickstarters this year. If they want to send it to me, sweet. But otherwise, I don't know if I'm going to be picking it up myself. But we'll see. We'll see. At the very least, I'm sure I could get a PDF sent to me from them. But we'll see what happens. All right. Well, thank you, Jess, for your help. Guys, we are doing it. Can you believe it?
Yes.
We're actually doing it. This is crazy. Wes, that is also true for Sword World as well. I will not be backing Sword World, and as a result, if they want to send it to me, again, I talked to Mugen Publishing at Gen Con, and I basically told them who I was and what I'm doing, and I said, if you want to send me a game, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, best of luck. And even then, as a person who does this full time, not again, I make exceptions for for friends and for family and stuff like that, but like, a lot of times people, especially with smaller companies like me, they're like, "Oh, you're going to talk about our game for 5 hours? Oh, cool. We'll give you a PDF." And I'm like, "It'd be really cool if you actually sponsor me and threw me some money." But yeah, that's fine. It's cool. I know, Agile Monk. Listen, I felt so bad. Like, Garblag, his Heroic Deeds 5e campaign did not fund, and I felt really bad about that. But yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not in a situation. In fact, if you may have noticed, I streamed a lot in Vegas, and you know why I did that? It's because I didn't have any money to gamble with, so I was just hanging out and streaming with you guys. So, I know you are, buddy. I know. But I mean, again, that's why I tried to give him a shout out and all that other stuff. So, it's awesome that there's people. I wish there were more people out there who championed the creators as much as so many of my audience do, which is really, really awesome. So that's why I always tell people with my Prime sub, I say, if you're not going to give it to me, at least give it to somebody else, because there's some creator that could use your support and money. So thank you to everyone. Again, special shout out to all the people who have been sponsoring art. Shout out to Sinric, for Succubi, for Scotty, for the Portafellows, and for Klopster Roll, for the Crustacean Nation, for the Lobster. Thank you all so much. Obviously, to everybody else as well who super chatted and Prime subbed and all this other stuff. I wanted Derek to take $1 bills in Vegas while he danced. No. That's actually funny because if you remember the one stream that went really bad where I got almost thrown out of the casino, and there was that guy, I don't know if it was a bot in our chat that was trying to pay me to take off my pants. I don't know if that was quite a stream. That was a couple of years ago. Anyways, I will be back later this week with Hackmaster, and we'll go from there. So again, I'll only be back for a few weeks before I'm in LA, and I'll be streaming from LA, from the woods, and
another very special stream on Thursday, September 10th, which I will be present for.
I am 99% sure I know what is happening, and I'm so
I have
mad
a
about
reservation at a restaurant. We will be seated.
I'm so mad about it. I'm just so mad about it. And there's nothing I can do. It's like,
I don't know what you're mad about.
It's like the trolley problem. I feel like I'm living the trolley problem. That's me right now.
No, it's not. This is going to be great.
It's one of my favorite songs. Roll for Combat still here says, "You have no idea." No, I think I do, buddy. I think I do. And I am horrified for it. I also, by the way, see, this is the shit that this is the shit that I'm getting. He goes, "You think you know what it is, but it's so much worse." See that?
It's
that
not.
Makes, okay?
It's not.
By the way, all of this, this mysterious dinner where I'm gonna get hooked by Glicker and Jess into
what?
Into D&D 5e in the woods with a bunch of like complete total like, all right, I mean, obviously I am cis and I am het, but these people are the cis het normies of RPG. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Like in this environment, okay, I am the gender non-conforming trans person, and they are the cis het normies. Okay, this is the closest I can experience to feeling like these people are not. There's a difference between us. And I'm glad that they're excited. I don't think there's anything wrong with their level of excitement. I can just say I do not share their excitement. But wait, all of that is just a prelude until I am sure that Steven and I are going to get ghosted by Spencer. And like, it's just, we are going to get stood up by Spencer, by Spencer Stark. Something's going to come up. He's not going to be able to make it. And it's just going to be just like the final fucking nail into my heart. And, yeah.
Okay, Derek, though?
Yes, that's true.
I won't ghost you. I won't ghost you.
No, you'll be in Oregon by then.
Yeah, but
wait. Here's
we
how
have scheduled to meet up.
Okay.
And I will not ghost you.
Yeah, I'm sure you won't.
Celebrity Jessica Redicop will be there in Los Angeles to meet with you.
Here's how. Listen, even little things. Okay, even little things. I'm not even kidding about this. Early on, when I got hooked into this, and I got bamboozled, I got chartreused. Okay, I got shanghaied by Steven and by the Glickers, the dual Glickers. I was like, oh, and Steven's like, oh, we'll hang out with my brother. You'll get to meet my brother. And I was like, oh, this will be cool. I want to meet Danny Glicker. Steven's talked about him so much. He seems like and he's not even going to be there because he's Mr. Hollywood and he's launching his movie. So even that's not available. And the thing about it is, this is how bad it is. I'm going to LA. Step one. Oh wow, you're going to LA. Number two, we're going to play D&D in the woods with all these people. We're meeting Spencer Stark. We're hanging out. The thing that I am looking the most forward to is a baseball game. That's how fucked up this is.
You're not looking forward to seeing me?
I just saw you. I've seen you so much.
What?
Oh.
No.
And I just got home, and then potentially I got to go to PAX Unplugged, and it's I just want to be home. I just want to be home alone with my dogs and have no one ever bother me. All right. So, anyways,
at least you don't have to go to the wedding that I have to go to.
That actually is accurate. I do not have to go to that wedding.
I don't hate.
I'm
gonna have a nice time in LA before my crucible this wedding.
Yeah. I need to dust my keyboard. Okay. Yes, and it's continually interrupting our One Ring game, and because of all these disruptions, I haven't been able to kick off my Avatar game and my, you have to go to a wedding that's 3 days long. The fuck kind of a wedding is 3 days long? Yeah, Shinobi. Exactly.
Steven.
That's tough.
Steven.
I don't have any money. The only reason I had Gen Con goodies is because Sugar Daddy Glicker hooked me up. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought shit. I would have just been there for 4 days, hanging out with, not even, Jess was busy with her LARP. I would have done nothing.
Steven, I wish the wedding I were going to was black tie. The wedding that I'm going to, there's no dress code on the invitation. They have one of those websites that has their registry on it. There's no dress code on the website. I asked my boyfriend, what do you think the dress code of your cousin's wedding is? And he said, what do you mean dress code? Just dress for a wedding.
I mean, that usually means a dress that isn't white. But
I have no context for how formal his family is going to be dressed.
Just wear a black dress.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to wear the dress that I wore to the Ennies, I guess, but I don't know. Yes, exactly. No dress code for the wedding is begging for drama. Correct.
Yes.
And
also, I am aware that the Avatar game, to be clear, Thaddeus, the Avatar game, the Blades in the Dark game, and the Daggerheart game have all been in limbo for a while. You know why? It turns out getting 15 different people to have their schedules organized online with a role-playing game is a real challenge. So, and especially when I have all these curveballs being thrown into it as well. So, all right. That's it. Yes. I'm done. Thank you, Jess. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the incredible support from everyone. Appreciate all of you. Shout out to everybody who supported us tonight, and especially to our big people who are keeping the lights on. for our Kickstarter project. And again, remember
Getting those succubi in the book.
getting those succubi right in there, along with chickens and lobsters and mushroom people.
Yes.
But as a reminder, you can support us by joining the Patreon. You can support us by tipping us or super chatting us, or if you have Amazon Prime, you can do it through your Twitch, twitch.tv/Knights-Last-Call. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.